Chapter 452. At this moment, the skinny man's eyes were filled with fear when he saw the sword wall. He didn't think that he could break through the sword wall's power. Plop! Seeing the sword wall slowly approaching, the skinny man knew that he wasn't a hero. In the face of death, he chose to submit. Say, Senior, the envoy of the White Elephant Empire, Zhao Dezhu, and the one next to him is my younger brother, Zhao Buzhu. The two of us passed by and saw that the spiritual herbs here were abundant, so we wanted to pick some. Senior, we really didn't mean to. Please let us go. At this moment, the skinny man was kneeling on the ground, tears and snot dripping down his face as he kowtowed to Lin Yun with a regretful expression. Suddenly, Lin Yun's face stopped in front of the skinny man, unlike before. At this moment, the sword wall was only a hand away from the skinny man's body. If Lin Yun hadn't stopped in time, the skinny man would have already stepped into the gates of hell. Ah, can't cover. Your parents really know how to pick names. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was at the back, heard the names of the two men. Lin Ray even suspected that their mothers were playing around. These names were really. When Lin Ray's words reached the ears of the two men, they felt ashamed and resentful, but they didn't dare to resist. The sword wall was so close. If they flipped out now, they would undoubtedly be courting death. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. They had to get out of danger first. Who knows what will happen in the future? Every dog has its day. Lin Yun was a little troubled by the pleas of the Zhao brothers. He looked at Lin Ray, wanting to ask for his opinion. Yes, let them go. Cultivation isn't easy to come by. I think what they said is true. Moreover, I'm not in the right condition to kill right now. However, I can let them go. Search their storage rings and bags clean. Want to steal from me? 2 words, no way. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't look at the Zhao brothers anymore. Instead, he pulled Lu Ying to a tree next to the spiritual field, sat down, and admired the bright moon in the sky. At this moment, Lu Ying was very happy. At the same time, her face blushed the moment Lin Ray pulled her. Now that she was shrouded in the moonlight, she looked exceptionally beautiful and otherworldly. Nothing could be more beautiful. On the other side, Lin Yun completely relayed Lin Li's words to the Zhao brothers. Regarding this, the Zhao brothers didn't say anything and hurriedly took out all the things they could save on their bodies. A look of gratitude on his face, he kowtowed towards Lin Li. Senior, these are all the things we have on us. Take a look. Should we? After saying that, Zhao Dezhu raised his hand and pointed into the distance. His body was already leaning towards the distance, ready to leave at any time. Looking at the 6 storage rings on the ground, Lin Yun nodded and said to the two, I'll let you off this time, since it's your first offense. But remember, don't tell anyone about this place after you leave. If I find out that you've told anyone about this place, don't mention the White Elephant Empire. Even if it's a sect, I'll kill the 2 of you. After saying that, a murderous aura burst forth and rushed towards the 2 kneeling Zhao brothers. Why, yes, we understand. Don't worry, we definitely won't tell anyone about this place. After saying that, Zhao Dezhu hurriedly walked to the side and pulled his brother up from the ground. Then, he flew into the air and quickly flew into the distance. The green mountains don't change, and the clear water flows forever. You've provoked the White Elephant Empire today, so wait for the White Elephant Empire's revenge. A reply was heard. Instantly, Lin Ray furrowed his brows, then recovered his calm expression. As for Lin Yun, after hearing these words, he was infuriated. He immediately prepared to release his cultivation and chase after them, but he was stopped by Lin Li. Don't go. The 2 of them have already left. Even if you rush after them now, you might not be able to catch up. Moreover, according to them, they're envoys from the White Elephant Empire. That means that there might be companions ahead. What if you get ambushed if you rashly chase after them? Lin Ray's words were very reasonable. Lin Yun gave up on the idea of chasing after them and turned to ask his father, Then how should we deal with this matter? They've already informed the White Elephant Empire. What should we do? Seeing his son's worried expression, Lin Ray stood up helplessly and turned to walk towards the Heavenly Blessing Village. Haha, if they want to come, I don't mind letting the incident from a few years ago happen again. With that, Lin Rei left with Lu Ying and returned home to the Heavenly Blessing Village. Lin Yun, on the other hand, remained in the spiritual field to prevent them from returning. Time passed day by day. It had been 5 days since the incident with the Zhao brothers from the White Elephant Empire. Lin Rei had been very comfortable in these few days. In these 5 days, the blurry barrier between Lin Rei and Lu Ying was finally broken, and the two of them naturally lived together. When Lin Yun heard this news, a smile appeared on his face. However, Lin Rei could see a trace of disappointment in Lin Yun's eyes. Lin Rei was very helpless about this. He knew that he owed Lin Yun's mother, Yao Er, but he had no choice. Lin Rei didn't have any feelings for Yao Er at all. That was a mistake back then. However, to Lin Rei, Lin Yun was everything. Thus, Lin Rei enjoyed Lin Yun personally and imparted everything he knew to Lin Yun. This was also a form of compensation for what he did to Yao Er back then. And when Lin Yun found out about his father's relationship with Lu Ying, he immediately called Lu Ying his stepmother. However, to Lin Rei, who was living together, this wasn't a mission in his eyes. It was because he really liked Lu Ying. Of course, since things had already turned out this way, the mission was only natural. On this day, Lin Rei asked Lin Yun to buy some red candles for his wedding and decorate the house. Finally, he invited the Tian family over for a meal. The scene that was supposed to be lively wasn't lively at all. Just as Lin Rei was about to carry Lu Ying into the bridal chamber, a terrifying aura swept over. Lin Rei was very unhappy about this. Looking at the source of the aura, Lin Rei's eyes flashed with murderous intent. F*** king dogs. How dare you cause trouble on my wedding day? Even if you're from the White Elephant Empire, I'll turn you into ruins. At this moment, Lin Rei was really angry. Marriage was something that Lin Rei looked forward to very much. Causing trouble at this moment was undoubtedly courting death. Yao, go. Take this spear and kill them for me. Don't be afraid. You still have a Xuanzong sect behind you. Even if the Xuanzong sect can't do it, Father will support you. As he spoke, Lin Rei took out the martial Emperor Divine Spear that he wanted to give him previously. The moment the martial Emperor Divine Spear appeared, a bone-chilling light flickered on the tip of the spear, causing people's hearts to palpitate. F.A. Father, are you really going to give this spear to me? Looking at the spear in front of him, he clearly remembered that this was the weapon that his father had always used. Moreover, countless experts had died under this spear. Now that his father was giving it to him, he felt incomparably honored. What was this? This was an acknowledgement of him. Then, he grabbed the martial Emperor Divine Spear and nodded at Lin Rei. Father, don't worry. I'll definitely kill all those bastards who disturb you in the bridal chamber. Then, I'll fertilize our spiritual fields. With that, Lin Yun's body disappeared on the spot. At this moment, in the room, the Tian family was completely stunned. After being here for so many years, they never knew that Lin Rei's wife was a cultivator. Therefore, when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. As for Tanaka C's wife, Liao Yu, her expression and actions were all seen by Lin Rei. At this moment, Liao Yu had already returned to normal. Regarding Lin Yun's actions just now, she only frowned slightly and was a little surprised. She didn't do anything else, unlike Tanaka C, who was full of respect for Lin Rei after knowing that Lin Yun was a cultivator. I didn't expect this woman's cultivation to be so high. After seeing Yun Er's cultivation, she was only slightly surprised. It seems that this place is really getting more and more interesting. After that, Lin Rei ignored Tanaka C and Liao Yu. Instead, he brought his newlywed wife, Lu Ying, to the door and looked up at Lin Yun, who was already flying in the air. They had arrived at the place where the pressure was released. You guys really don't know how to repent. I couldn't have let you guys go back then. You guys didn't repent and even dare to disturb my wedding. Today, I'll make sure you guys don't leave. At this moment, Lin Yun released his cultivation and arrived at the place where the pressure was released. What shocked Lin Yun was that after he arrived, there were hundreds of people waiting there again. Among them were his roommates, the Zhao brothers who stole the elixir 5 days ago. Kid, that was a sneak attack back then. It's different today. My young master is here, so you and that damn father of yours are destined to die. As for—" At this moment, the skinny man, Zhao Dezhu, who was standing in the crowd, heard Lin Yun's words and immediately brought up the middle-aged man who was leading the group. However, at the end of his words, the skinny man couldn't help but look at Lu Ying, who was looking up from the heavenly blessing village with a lascivious smile. As for your father's wife, haha, she won't have it easy. With so many of us here, we'll definitely make her feel good. Isn't that right, brothers? Zhao Dazhu's words made everyone look at Lu Ying. In the end, they all shouted with the same expression as Zhao Dazhu. At this moment, Lin Yun didn't talk nonsense. Instead, he held the martial Emperor Divine Spear in his hand and instantly performed the Silent Thunder Spear art. Silent Thunder Kill. In an instant, Lin Yun, who was originally still on the spot, disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside Zhao Dezhu, whose mouth was full of shit. The divine spear pierced towards Zhao Dezhu's head with a terrifying pressure. Chapter 453. No, don't. Sensing the approaching danger, Zhao Dezhu hurriedly looked at the leader for help. However, to his disappointment, the leader's eyes were filled with indifference and mockery. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dezhu wanted to run away, but it was too late. Puff! The martial Emperor Divine Spear directly pierced through Zhao Dezhu's head. His vitality disappeared the moment it pierced through the field, and his body fell from the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a palm-sized mini version of Zhao Dezhu poked his head out of the falling corpse. He thought there was no danger, but he instantly flashed out and fled toward the distant sky. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu only wanted to survive, let alone revenge. He didn't think about anything else. Zhao Dezhu, who was in a soul state, couldn't care so much. He immediately consumed a lot of soul power in order to speed up his escape. However, man proposes, God disposes. Just as Zhao Dezhu's soul poked out of the corpse, Lin Yun knew Zhao Dezhu's intention. Oh, you want to leave? Do you think it's possible? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the front. Zhao Dezhu's soul instantly stopped flying and looked forward in horror. At this moment, Lin Yun was standing in front of him with a spear in his hand, like a god of war. No, no, no. Senior, I was possessed for a moment. It's my fault. My body is already gone. If my divine soul dissipates, then I will really disappear from this world. Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu was kneeling on the ground and begging Lin Yun with tears and snot, but this time it was not like the last time. Looking at Zhao Dezhu, who was kneeling in the air and kowtowing, Lin Yun sneered and said, "Oh, I let you go last time, but you obviously don't know how to cherish it. Today, you came to disturb my father's wedding day. This crime can only be offset by your death." As he spoke, Lin Yun moved. In order to prevent Zhao Dezhu from escaping, Lin Yun had set up a restriction before coming here, so Lin Yun wasn't worried about him escaping at all. However, you don't have to worry. You won't be alone. Everyone here will die because you've disturbed someone you can't afford to offend. So die in peace. After saying that, Lin Yun didn't waste any more time and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, Lin Yun's hand was already grabbing the crying Zhao Dezhu. This time, Lin Yun didn't show any mercy. Immortal spiritual energy surged, and the mini Zhao Dezhu was instantly crushed by Lin Yun. At this moment, under the eaves of the heavenly blessing village, Lin Rei looked at his son's actions. Only by doing this could he leave with peace of mind and hand over the sect to him. At this moment, Lin Rei's test for Lin Yun had begun. At this moment, Lin Yun was completely unaware that he had unknowingly participated in the test to the sect master. At this moment, Lin Yun only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill all those who disturbed his father's wedding night. After killing Zhao Dezhu, Lin Yun removed the restriction around him and arrived in front of the 100 cultivators. Looking at these 100 cultivators, Lin Yun didn't have a trace of fear in his heart. His battle intent soared to a peak. Who else dares to fight with me? Filled with the cultivation of a golden immortal, he roared at the invaders in front of him and his killing intent swept out. At this moment, the leader of the White Elephant Empire's group heard Lin Yun shout and smiled. "Little child, you should go back. You're not my match. Apart from these two pieces of trash, everyone else here is of a higher level than you. Go and call your parents out. Have them obediently hand over the spirit field, and I might spare your worthless lives. That's right. Hurry up and call your parents out. Don't let a shit-eating child like you come out. Aren't you ashamed? Ha ha. That's right. I reckon your hair isn't even fully grown yet." Instantly, a wave of mockery entered Lin Yun's ears. Looking at the 100 people in front of him, Lin Yun didn't retreat. Instead, his battle intent and killing intent surged. "You only know how to talk fast. If you have the guts, come out and fight. I'll let you see the cultivation of this shit-eating child. Let's see if you can beat a child who isn't even fully grown yet." Lin Yun wasn't angry at their words. After all, their mouths belonged to others, and he couldn't control them. Therefore, he could only kill them to prove how obvious their mockery was. Although he knew that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, Lin Yun was confident that he could kill most of them. As for the leader, Lin Yun knew that he didn't have the ability to do so because he could feel that this person was very strong. I'll fight with you." At this moment, a middle-aged man among the 100 cultivators was enraged when he heard Lin Yun's words. He held a 3-foot-long cold light in his hand and quickly arrived in front of Lin Yun. Without any nonsense, he immediately started the battle. Gale Sword R, kill. In an instant, the middle-aged man's long sword carried something. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of Mortal Monarch realm, he instantly executed the Gale Sword art. Immediately, the surrounding wind seemed to be affected by the middle-aged man and slowly began to form wind blades that slashed towards Lin Yun. His killing intent and power were overwhelming as he charged towards Lin Yun with an unstoppable momentum. How dare you act so presumptuously? At this moment, when he saw the middle-aged man executing the Gale Sword art, his heart trembled. Although he was a little surprised, he quickly regained his composure and put away the martial Emperor Divine Spear. In an instant, the fire stream 10,000 magic sword appeared in his hand. 10,000 sword art. First form, 10,000 sword art. In an instant, the fire stream 10,000 magic sword floated in front of Lin Yun. Strange seals danced on Lin Yun's fingertips, and a terrifying pressure appeared. The seals formed faster and faster, and many phantoms of the fire stream 10,000 magic sword began to appear around the fire stream 10,000 magic sword. More and more phantoms appeared and formed a sword wall. Gale Sword art? Damn it, it might as well be called Spring Breeze. It has no power at all. Go to hell. At this moment, Lin Yun was filled with killing intent. This move was enough to kill the man in front of him. Go to hell. With a roar, Lin Yun grabbed the fire stream 10,000 magic sword floating in front of him and instantly controlled the sword wall to charge towards the middle-aged man. Whoosh! The speed of the sword wall was very fast, so fast that it was unbearable. Bang! In an instant, the sword wall and the wind blade made of wind collided. But what was unbelievable was that the wind blade was easily cut into pieces by the sword wall, and the sword wall rushed towards the middle-aged man who was using the Gale Sword art without any speed. How? How is this possible? Impossible. You're only in the Zenith Heavenly Realm. You can't possibly shatter my attack. The middle-aged man was in disbelief. Then, he sent another wave of wind blades at the sword wall. But the result was the same as before. It shattered without any comparison. Impossible. It shouldn't be like this. At this moment, the middle-aged man was in a daze. After so many attempts, he still lost to the young man who was insulting him under the blanket. Now, he had been slapped in the face and lost all his face. PFFF. 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 While the middle-aged man was still in a state of disbelief, the sword wall charged towards the middle-aged man and pierced through his body without any hesitation. In an instant, the middle-aged man's corpse was pierced through by the sword wall. Not to mention his divine soul, even his physical body was destroyed by the sword wall. Not to mention his divine soul, An immortal monarch expert, an expert of a region, was killed by a cultivator with a lower cultivation than him. This kind of grievance was incomprehensible to ordinary people. At this moment, the 100 people who came with Bai Xiang all sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Lin Yun had changed. When they saw their comrade being killed, they already regarded Lin Yun as someone of the same level. There was no more contempt, no more humiliation, and there was a reverence that they had never felt before. Who wants to fight? At this moment, Lin Yun, who had used the myriad sword art once, had exhausted some of his immortal qi. However, he could still use it a few more times. But at this moment, Lin Yun's face was a little pale. Although the myriad sword art was an emperor-grade cultivation technique, the person who used it had to have a high cultivation and dense immortal qi to be able to use it. For example, Lin Rei's immortal qi was very pure. It wouldn't be a problem even if he used it 100 times. Moreover, each time he used it, it would be stronger than the last. This was directly related to the density of his immortal qi. At this moment, the 100 people on Bai Xiang's side were hesitating. If they hadn't seen Lin Yun's ability, perhaps they would have rushed up to fight. But now it was different. Lin Rei's strength had shocked them. It could even be said that they were afraid. A few minutes later, the sky was silent. No one made a sound. Suddenly, the face of the leader of Bai Xiang sank. A bunch of useless things. Is this enough to scare you? The leader felt that he had lost face. He immediately turned his head and reprimanded the people he had brought with him. But when he saw that they all had their heads lowered, he immediately stopped reprimanding them and turned to one of the 100 people. Long Ji, you go. This time, you must kill this person. Snatch his spear and sword for me. If possible, snatch his cultivation technique as well. He pointed at a very bashful youth. At this moment, the leader didn't forget the greed in his heart. Greedy bastard. When Lin Yun heard the words of the leader of Bai Xiang's side, disgust rose in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he wasn't strong enough, he would have already rushed up to fight. At this moment, Long Ji, who was pointed at, suddenly trembled. His eyes were filled with fear as he kept dodging. Chapter 454. However, no matter how Long Ji dodged, the outcome of the battle was set in stone and could not be changed. Everyone's gaze turned to the timid Long Ji, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Hurry up and go. It's best if he dies. That way, the young master of the Long family can rightfully inherit the position of the Long family patriarch. Hurry up and die. He's just a piece of trash. It doesn't matter if he dies. At this moment, everyone had their own ulterior motives. Everyone was filled with hatred for this young man called Long Ji. They all wanted him to die in this battle. Time slowly passed. When everyone saw that Long Ji was still standing there, they were furious. The leader was even more furious as he roared at Long Ji. Long Ji, hurry up and get out of here. You have to fight even if you don't want to. This is unchangeable. In one sentence, it directly blocked Long Ji's way. After everyone heard the words of the leader, their eyes were even more unscrupulous as they threw a look of contempt. At this moment, when Long Ji saw that he couldn't avoid it, he raised his head. Immediately, he saw the gazes of everyone around him. For a moment, Long Ji was extremely angry at everyone's disdainful gazes. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Although Long Ji was roaring in his heart, it was unavoidable. He steeled his heart, lifted his foot, and walked out of the crowd. A trace of envy flashed in Long Ji's eyes as he looked at the awe-inspiring Lin Yun. He also wanted to be like Lin Yun, who could fight 100 people by himself without fear of offending Long Ji. He also wanted to have that kind of spirit. Seeing this, Long Ji revealed a self-deprecating smile and instantly swung his halberd. He arrived in front of Lin Yun in an instant and launched a flurry of stabs. At this moment, Lin Yun didn't remember to make a move. Instead, he looked at the way Long Ji used the halberd and was puzzled. Although Long Ji's attacks were disorderly, there was a trace of killing intent in the chaos. If it wasn't for the fact that he was familiar with the spear, he would have been stabbed and killed by Long Ji. Lin Yun was shocked, but at the same time, he was interested in this young man. He didn't continue to make a move. Instead, he wanted to see how strong Long Ji was. Heh, Mad Dragon Pierce, break for me. Immediately, Long Ji saw that his attack had no effect on the person in front of him. Immediately, his heart sank and he used his martial skill. At this moment, the halberd seemed to have come to life. It transformed into a flood dragon and arrived before Lin Yun in an instant. Its might shocked Lin Yun. As expected, although his personality is timid, his martial skills are indeed very powerful. Even if it is the person who was killed before, if compared with this Long Ji, I believe that Long Ji can win. Looking at Long Ji's performance, Lin Yun admired him more and more. He even had the urge to recruit him. When the leader of White Elephant's side saw this scene, his heart sank and his face turned cold. He had an urge to kill. I didn't expect this coward to be so strong. After fighting for such a long time, he still hasn't lost. Could it be that I really underestimated him before? Sigh, looks like I have to be careful in the future. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Long Ji's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. At the same time, everyone hated Long Ji even more, especially those who wanted him dead. At this moment, under the roof of the Heavenly Blessing Village's Lin family, Lin Ray smiled as he looked at the battle in the sky. He then took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Liao Xing. Give this pill to Yin. Tell him that if he wants to do it, then don't hesitate. After saying that, Lin Ray turned his gaze back to the battle in the sky. Lin Ray guessed his son's thoughts correctly. This battle could have ended long ago. But Lin Ray didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Liao Xing with admiration. Seeing this, Lin Ray knew that his son wanted to accept this person. I'm going. Liao Xing took the pill from Lin Ray's hand and disappeared. When Liao Xing saw Liao Xing again, she was already beside Lin Yun. When she arrived beside Lin Yun and saw that Long Ji was still attacking, Liao Xing snorted coldly and raised her hand to suppress Long Ji. In an instant, Long Ji, who had already raised his halberd, let out a cold snort and stopped moving in midair. In response, Bai Xiang's group of 100 people was filled with astonishment. SSS, what? What kind of cultivation is this? How? At this moment, everyone didn't know what to do. Just a cold snort from this unfamiliar woman could stop an immortal monarch expert. What kind of cultivation was this woman? Everyone wanted to retreat. They want to leave this place. However, when facing such an expert, their legs no longer listened to their own commands. Little mother. Seeing that Long Ji was frozen in place, Lin Yin turned his head and saw Lu Ying standing behind him. Lin Yin asked Lu Ying with a puzzled expression, Little mother, why are you here? Here, this is what your father gave you. He told you to do as you wish. With that, Lu Ying casually threw the pill away and it turned into a ray of light that flew into Lin Yun's hand. Be careful. I'll be leaving first. Liao Xing was swift and decisive. Before Lin Yun could say anything, she had already disappeared. Lin Yun was helpless about this. Holding the pill in his hand, Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Lin Ray with a smile and walked towards Long Ji. Step by step, he walked to Long Ji's side. At this moment, Bai Xiang's side was overjoyed. They all thought that Long Ji was dead for sure. Lin Yun said, I know you're angry, but don't worry. As long as you follow me, you won't be humiliated like before. You'll become a god that they worship. Without asking for Long Ji's consent, he directly took the medicinal pill in his hand and stuffed it into Long Ji's mouth. With one hand, immortal Qi, he controlled Long Ji's throat, and the medicinal pill immediately melted into Long Ji's body. At the same time, Long Ji retreated to the side and looked at Lin Yun suspiciously. He had clearly heard Lin Yun's words, but he still doubted why Lin Yun would choose him if that was the case. However, he didn't understand why Lin Yun would choose him. But before he could think about it, the suspicion and hatred in his heart towards the spear-wielding man completely disappeared, replaced by reverence. With a plop, Long Ji walked to Lin Yun's side and kowtowed. I, Long Ji, greet master. Hiss, what? How can this be? This pill, yes, that pill just now must be. At this moment, the Baixiang Empire's people saw Long Ji's abnormal behavior and thought of the pill just now. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with shock. Who is this family? Why is it like this? Could this be a place where experts live in seclusion? The middle-aged man's brain was very strong. At the same time, after Lu Ying's appearance, he wanted to retreat and didn't want to be online. Now that he saw a person become so obedient with just a pill, he immediately regretted it. He regretted listening to the Zhao brothers' instigation and coming to find some spiritual field. The happiest person was Lin Yun. Looking at Long Ji in front of him, he was delighted and said, "Get up." Yes. Long Ji automatically went behind Lin Yun and respectfully stood in place, staring at the people in front of him. Who else? Step forward," Lin Yun said to the White Elephant Empire's group, but his gaze was fixed on the leader of the group. His gaze was filled with battle intent, as if he was itching to fight a battle. The leader of the Baixiang Empire also saw Lin Yun's gaze. He sneered at Lin Yun and said, "You want to fight me? Don't you think you're not qualified?" The man's words made Lin Yun frown. His anger surged, and his fighting spirit couldn't be restrained. He rushed towards the middle-aged man with a fearless appearance. "Okay, since you're so confident, I'll fight you." As he spoke, a jade flute suddenly appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. But Lin Yun didn't relax in the slightest, because when the middle-aged man took out the jade flute, a terrifying pressure instantly swept over. Facing the pressure, Lin Yun coldly snorted and used his cultivation to counteract the pressure. Although his body still felt heavy, it was much better than before. "I am Baixiang Empire's Huiqiu." After Huiqiu finished reporting his name, his body disappeared. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun was startled. He immediately used his divine sense to search for traces of Huiqiu. However, Lin Shui's face became more and more gloomy as a bad premonition surged in her heart. Suddenly, the sound of a flute echoed. Lin Yun immediately used his divine sense to search for the source of the sound, but he was disappointed. The sound came from all directions and was becoming more and more intense. PFFF. Just as Lin Yun was probing Huiqiu's silhouette, he felt a sense of danger behind him. But before Lin Yun could react, an unknown attack cut through his arm, leaving a deep gash in his arm. Crimson blood flowed out and dripped to the ground. But fortunately, it was only flesh that was cut. Moreover, if Lin Yun hadn't dodged, his entire arm would have been crippled. The pain surged in his heart, but Lin Yun didn't have the time to care about his bleeding arm. Instead, he focused on sensing his surroundings. At this moment, Lin Yun knew that if he was careless, it wouldn't be his arm that was cut, but his head. Chapter 455. Heaven's Net Palm Die. Bang! Before Lin Yun could react, an earth-shattering palm print had already arrived in front of him. 1 palm, 2 palms, 3 palms. Bam! 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 Just like that, the Heaven's Net Palm landed on Lin Yun's chest, one palm after another. PFFF. Lin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. There was no sign of life in him, and his aura was so weak that it made people panic. When Huiqiu saw that Lin Yun had been hit, he appeared and looked at him coldly with disdain and mockery. At this moment, Lin Yun, who had been severely injured by Huiqiu's Heaven's Net Palm, could no longer support himself in the air. In an instant, his body fell to the ground. Cough, cough. A self-deprecating sound came out of his mouth as he weakly muttered to himself, I thought I could do it, but I didn't expect to lose in the end. I was so thoroughly defeated that I couldn't even fight back. Lin Yun closed his eyes and prepared to accept his death. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands hugged him, and a stream of pure immortal energy flowed into his body, healing his injuries. Don't move, just focus on healing your injuries. I, Lin Ray, will never let anyone bully my son. If news of this were spread, then I wouldn't be a good father. Lin Yun, who had his eyes closed, felt warmth in his heart. He didn't even need to think to know that only Lin Ray, his father, could treat him like this. At the same time, Lin Rei's voice could be heard clearly. His tone was filled with anger and killing intent. Poor Lin Rei, at this moment, was really angry. Soon, he brought Lin Yun to the Lin family's house in Heavenly Blessing Village. He put Lin Yun down and stuffed a healing pill into Lin Yun's ear. You can focus on healing your injuries here. You've already done a good job. Leave the rest to me. With that, Lin Rei stood up and said to Lu Ying, "Look after Yun Er. It won't be hard for him to move around if he stays here." He believed that if he didn't give the order, Lu Ying would have already followed him into battle. I got it. Don't worry and go. Fighting is a man's job. I'm only responsible for looking after the house. Hearing Lu Ying's words, Lin Rei fell helpless. He didn't think that his newly married wife would say something like that. But this was just what he wanted to kiss. "Okay, I'm going." With that said, the primal chaos dragon spear appeared in his hand as a surge of killing intent burst out from his body. Ow! Ow! Dragon roars that gave off desolate and tyrannical auras soared into the sky, making it impossible for anyone to refute. 1, 2, 3, 9. In the end, 9 dragon roars rang out, leaving everyone stunned. How could this be? This spear actually imprisons the 9 heavens azure dragon. This doesn't make sense. At this moment, Liao Yu, who was by Lin Li's side, sensed that the 9 dragon roars were coming from the spear in Lin Li's hand. Instantly, his face was filled with shock as he watched this scene. Not only Liao Yu, but even Hu Qiu was shocked. The dragon roars, coupled with the unprecedented murderous aura, made him panic. Impossible. It's impossible for anyone to have such a strong murderous aura. Yes, I must be mistaken. Yes, I must be mistaken. Hu Qiu couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had been deluding himself, but was it really useful? My reverse scale is irreversible. Today, you've touched my reverse scale, so there's only one outcome for you, death. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was under the roof of the Lin family, lifted his head and looked at Hu Qiu in the sky. His murderous intent surged. At this moment, he couldn't think of anything else. His only thought was to kill them and avenge his son. Whoosh! Lin Rei, who was holding the chaotic dragon spear, disappeared from under the roof of the Lin family in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, facing Hu Qiu. Lin Rei didn't open his eyes to look at the person who had hurt his son. Facing an early immortal emperor, Lin Rei didn't put him in his eyes. He was able to kill immortal emperors when he was in the immortal monarch realm, let alone now that he was also in the immortal emperor realm. Moreover, he had the chaotic dragon spear and the chaotic dragon spear. If he still couldn't kill an immortal emperor expert, he would probably die of depression. Oh, the old one has come after beating the young one. But I think you're just like your useless son. But if you give me the spiritual field, maybe I'll let your family go. Suddenly, Lin Rei heard a voice that made him uncomfortable. Instantly, he frowned and his murderous intent surged. Lin Li didn't waste any words. He didn't need to pay any attention to this clown who was busy talking to himself. If you hurt my son, you'll have to pay with your limbs. If you hurt my son, Lin Rei paused for a moment. However, when Hu Qiu heard this, he asked out of curiosity, "If I hurt your son, what's wrong?" If you hurt my son, you'll have to pay with the lives of your entire family. As the saying goes, if you can fight, don't make a fuss. After saying this, Lin Rei's body began to blur until he disappeared from Hu Qiu's sight. As the saying goes, give someone a taste of their own medicine. At this moment, Lin Rei was planning to kill him in the same way that he had hurt his son. Hu Qiu was shocked when he saw Lin Rei suddenly disappear. He immediately used his divine sense to search for Lin Rei's location. However, his divine sense was empty. There was no one there. Suddenly, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. You hurt my son and almost lost your life. Then, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be a human rod. The cold voice came from all directions, to the point that Hu Qiu couldn't even tell where Lin Li was. However, when he heard the words human rod, his heart trembled and his face darkened. Obviously, he knew what human rod meant. I'm the son of the White Elephant Empire's Emperor Huashan. Do you think you can kill me? At this moment, Huiqiu understood that he had no power to fight back against the person in front of him. The only way to save his life was to bring up his family background. Only then would he have a chance to survive. White Elephant Empire. Never heard of it. Moreover, when did I say I was going to kill your mother? I said I was going to kill your son to vent my anger. Looking at the clown in front of him, Lin Ray teased him unhurriedly. As for the White Elephant Empire that this idiot was talking about, he had never heard of it. However, he had heard of Proud Heaven and Kuei. Moreover, these two empires were destroyed under the blanket. Hearing this, Huiqiu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this person to be so indifferent when he mentioned the White Elephant Empire. Suddenly, he was scared. He was really scared. Then he turned to leave. However, Lin Ray already had his eyes on his prey. How could he escape? Don't you think it's too late to leave? Since you hurt my son, you must stay. But don't worry, I'll let someone pass a message to the White Elephant Empire. Just say that I, Lin Ray, will once again welcome the White Emperor. After saying this, a golden light streaked across the sky and rushed towards Huiqiu's left arm. The speed of the golden light was so fast that Huiqiu felt it, but he didn't have any chance to escape. Puff! The arm that was pierced by the golden light was separated from his body. Suddenly, Huiqiu screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His voice was hoarse and unbearable. Because his arm was cut off, the pain made Huiqiu's whole body twist. He hated the person in front of him to the extreme. At the same time, he didn't dare to show it. He could only scream in pain and think of a way to escape. At this moment, Lin Ray had already appeared in front of the hundreds of people. He didn't have a chance to see Huiqiu screaming in pain behind him. Looking at the hundreds of people in front of him, Lin Ray's eyes were full of ruthlessness and indifference. He looked at them as if they were already dead, making them panic. Following him can only mean that you have a bad life. Listening to others can only mean that you are too greedy. A person with a bad life and greed living in this world is a waste. It's better for you to die. After saying this, he raised the chaotic dragon spear. Waves of red energy that made people's hearts palpitate flowed out from the spear and surrounded the crowd. Say, Senior, please let us go. We won't dare to do this again. Moreover, we were forced to come here by Huiqiu. We didn't want to come here. That's right, Senior. We didn't come here willingly. It's all because of Huiqiu. Yes, it's all because of Huiqiu. He used his father's title to threaten us. That's right. Senior, please let us go. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, everyone flies away separately. At this moment, they truly understood whether a person was a friend worth making. However, it was clear that none of these 100 people were willing to die for Huiqiu. Instead, they were all hoping that they would have a chance to survive if Huiqiu died. As I said, only one of you can survive. As for your life, it's up to you. After saying this, Lin Ray raised his hand, and a restrictive spell was instantly set up, surrounding the crowd. Don't worry, this restrictive spell is just a prison. Only one of you will be able to leave safely. The rest of you will only have one ending, and that is death. After saying this, Lin Ray didn't look at them anymore and came to Huiqiu's side. At this moment, Huiqiu was no longer shouting. However, the hatred in his eyes was getting more and more intense. It's good that you hate me. It's good that you hate me. This way, you will have the motivation to live, and I will also have the motivation to play. I will let you see how the White Elephant Empire, which is your so-called powerful backer, will be destroyed in your hands. Chapter 456. Huiqiu was shocked. Normally, people would show some respect to the White Elephant Empire. Even immortal emperors would take the White Elephant Empire into consideration. However, this person's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. However, he was afraid. He was afraid that this person's words would really come true. If that happened, the White Elephant Empire would really be destroyed in his hands. You can't do this. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Huiqiu completely believed that this man could do it. He immediately helped Huiqiu up. "Ah, beg for mercy? Do you think you're qualified? You're now a prisoner, so you don't have the right to talk about conditions with me." After saying that, Huiqiu came back to his senses. Lin Rei instantly moved and disappeared in front of him. Star finger. Lin Rei reappeared in front of Huiqiu. Huiqiu had no strength to fight back, so he could only watch himself being tortured. Lin Rei used the star finger. His left index and middle fingers turned golden in an instant. Then, he stabbed Huiqiu's other arm with lightning speed. "Pfff, ah," Huiqiu screamed. At this moment, apart from his 2 legs, his 2 arms had been chopped off by Lin Rei. If he chopped off the other 2 legs, he would really become a human stick. Seeing Huiqiu screaming, Lin Rei did not continue. Instead, he retreated to the side and said to Long Ji, "Do you want to take revenge for your past humiliation? Do you want to stop being a coward? Then kill this person in front of you. Kill him, and you'll no longer be a coward. You'll become a true cultivator and have the qualifications to be a sharp sword by Yun'er's side. This is not only a test for you, but also your future." Lin Rei knew that Long Ji had been humiliated for a long time. His heart was extremely twisted. If he did not correct it now, he would not have the chance in the future. Can I really do it? At this moment, after listening to Lin Rei's words, Long Ji's eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. At the same time, there was also fear. He didn't know if this was the right thing to do, but there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him, "As long as you kill them, no one will humiliate you in the future. As long as you kill them, you will become a man. As long as you kill them, you'll have a chance to go back and take your mother out. Only in this way can you protect your mother well. Only in this way can your mother not be bullied by the mistress of the Long family." Every time the voice in his heart said a word, Long Ji's heart, in reality, became clearer. Long Ji's eyes became clearer and clearer until finally, the previous cowardice, timidity, fear, terror, and confusion completely disappeared. At this moment, besides determination and killing intent, there was also the light of protection in his eyes. "Many, many thanks. I know what to do. In the future, I will be a sharp sword by Master's side. Wherever my sword points, I will kill." "Ah, good, good, good. This child is worth teaching." The more Lin Rei looked at Long Ji, the more he liked him. If his son hadn't taken a fancy to him first, he would have probably taken him for his own use regardless of the cost. However, if Lin Ye knew about this, he would definitely despise his father and say, "You're even licking your own son's corner." However, in the end, Lin Rei gave up on the idea of taking Long Ji for his own use. "All right, stay by Yun'er's side in the future. If you have any problems, you can ask Yun'er for help. He will help you." After saying that, Lin Rei walked to the side and gave up his position to Long Ji so that he could get rid of the obstacles in his heart. Ta, ta, ta. Step by step, Long Ji walked to Huiqiu's side. The hatred in his eyes instantly rushed out of his body. He instantly released his immortal monarch cultivation and tightly grasped the heavenly halberd in his hand. "Ah, Huiqiu, have you ever thought that this day would come for you? However, I'm not like you. I know that you're suffering right now. I won't torture you. I'll give you a quick death, even if you didn't bully my mother." "Haha, thank you. Thank you." Hearing Long Ji's words, Huiqiu didn't feel resentful or angry. Instead, he smiled and said to Long Ji before closing his eyes and waiting for death to come, "Sigh." When Lin Rei saw this scene, he didn't say anything. Instead, he sighed and didn't look at him anymore. Pfff. A terrifying sound pierced through the air. Just as Long Ji was ready, the heavenly halberd was instantly aimed at Huiqiu's heart. In the end, Huiqiu ended up dead. Moreover, he died in the hands of the person he had always humiliated and ridiculed. With a plop, Long Ji knelt on the ground after killing Huiqiu. Tears flowed down his cheeks. "Everything is over. Everything is over. Mother, wait for me. Wait for me to come back and pick you up." Ah! Suddenly, just as Lin Li and Long Ji were silent, a series of miserable screams rang out from nearby. At this moment, A life and death battle had already begun within the restriction. Everyone's eyes were filled with bestiality. In their eyes, there was only survival in themselves. Looking at this ugly scene, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with coldness. Originally, he wanted to keep one of them alive to inform the White Elephant Empire. But now, for Long Ji, there was no need for that. If that's the case, then there's no need for you to keep them alive. However, you injure my son. This is unforgivable. After making up his mind, Lin Rei instantly activated the Azura Spear art. Rings of red energy surrounded the 100 people within the restriction. Azura Soul Devouring. In an instant, the Azura Spear art's first move, Soul Devouring, was activated. A terrifying energy that could devour souls entered the Dan Palace of the 100 people within the restriction and began to devour their souls bit by bit. Screams came from within the restriction. At this moment, the restriction was completely surrounded by red energy. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. However, just listening to the screams was enough to make one's heart tremble. If they really saw what was happening inside the restriction, they would probably have nightmares for the rest of their lives. Lin Rei didn't do anything to ease the restriction. Instead, he allowed it to devour the souls of the 100 cultivators. Divine Soul, in its beautiful name, was cultivated by every cultivator. Humans had souls, but cultivators cultivated their divine souls. Divine Soul was the foundation of a cultivator. If the divine soul was destroyed, it would completely disappear from this world, never to be reincarnated. Time passed by slowly. Finally, after half an hour, there were no more screams coming from within the restriction. Lin Rei then kept the chaotic dragon spear back into the system. This little episode is over. Let's go back and see how Yin is doing. He didn't have the chance to talk to the people in the restriction. Instead, he said something to Long Ji and flew towards the Lin family in Heavenly Blessing Village. He didn't dare to disobey Lin Rei's orders. Immediately, he chased after Lin Rei. The moment they left, the restriction disappeared. The 100 corpses lost their souls and the power of the restriction. They instantly fell from the sky. Everyone had a painful expression on their faces. Everyone was covered in wounds. It wasn't clear whether they were caused by themselves or by others. The whole situation was too horrible to look at. At this moment, at the entrance of the Lin family, Lin Rei landed with Long Ji. Looking at Lin Yun, who was still recovering, Lin Rei's eyes flashed with tears. Fortunately, he controlled them well and didn't let them fall. How is it? Is Yun all right? Lu Ying asked Lin Yun's condition. His voice trembled slightly, and he looked nervous. Lu Ying felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She then told him about Lin Yun's current condition. He's fine. Don't worry, husband. If there are no accidents, Yun will be able to break through to the immortal monarch realm today. What? Break through? Hearing his wife's words, Lin Rei's face lit up. The fear in his heart disappeared. Yes, Yun was already on the verge of breaking through. After going through this battle, Yun-Er's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. Therefore, a breakthrough is inevitable. After knowing that his son was fine, Lin Rei's heart dropped. He then looked at Lu Ying, his eyes filled with tenderness. Since our son is fine, should we still continue with our marriage? We've already reached the last step. Because everyone present, except for Tian Zhongxi, wasn't a cultivator, everyone heard Lin Rei's words. A bell-like laughter rang out. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to the person who had laughed. At this moment, Liao Yu, who was standing beside Tian Zhongxi, smiled without hiding anything. Big brother from the Lin family, then big brother C, won't disturb your wedding night. After knowing Lin Rei's intention, Liao Yu didn't have to stay. After saying that, she gave her husband a look. However, her husband seemed to be in a daze and ignored Liao Yu's look. Brother, I'm also worried about Yun-Er's current situation. Why don't I stay and accompany you? Upon hearing Tian Zhongxi's words, everyone was speechless. However, Lin Rei looked grateful. He knew that Tian Zhongxi meant well. Hee, big brother Tian, don't worry. Yenner will be fine. Look, it's already so late. You should go back as a sister-in-law. My son is already so big, so you should work hard too. Perhaps we can even become in-laws. As Lin Rei spoke, he chuckled and looked at his wife, Lu Ying. Instantly, Lu Ying's cheeks flushed red. What nonsense! Although Lu Ying said that, she agreed with what Tian Zhongxi said. She knew Tian Zhongxi's character. If they could really become in-laws, perhaps this wasn't a bad idea. Chapter 457. At the end of the matter, among the 100 people who came from the White Elephant Empire, only Long Ji survived. After Tian Zhongxi and his wife left, only Lin Rei and the other 3 were left at the entrance of the Lin family. Looking at his son who was sitting on the ground and recuperating, Lin Rei felt a tinge of heartache. But at the same time, he was secretly delighted because his son was about to break through to the immortal monarch realm. Moreover, after today's meeting, he might even work harder in his cultivation. Long Ji, you stay here and protect Yen'er? Unless there is an expert at the immortal emperor realm, no one can defeat you. However, that's impossible. Just stay here and guard. Don't even take half a step away. At this moment, Lin Li was speaking to Long Ji with a solemn look on his face. He looked as though he would kill Long Ji if Long Ji left. Yes, I won't leave, master. Don't worry. After speaking, Long Ji turned around and sat down in front of Lin Yun. The heavenly halberd was stabbed into the ground beside him. Blood could be seen on the tip of the halberd as it flickered with a cold red light. No one dared to approach it. Okay. Looking at Long Ji's behavior, Lin Rei really wanted to snatch him away for his own use. But in the end, he realized that he had to do it. Inger, let's go and finish our unfinished wedding. Lu Ying couldn't help but laugh at the sudden change in expression from a serious look to a wretched and lecherous look. Lu Ying's smile made Lin Rei even more excited. Without waiting for Lu Ying to speak, Lin Rei grabbed Lu Ying's hand and walked into the room. Long Ji, who was sitting on the ground to protect Lin Yun, immediately blushed. He closed his 5 senses and opened his eyes, releasing his divine sense to observe every movement around him. The brightest star in the night sky was very bright. The moonlight shone on Heavenly Blessing Village, making the entire village look very mysterious. The night was very quiet, but the Lin family in Heavenly Blessing Village wasn't so quiet. In the room, Lin Rei and Lu Ying were doing something not suitable for children. They were also benefiting the people and the future generations. The night quietly passed, and Lin Yun's injuries recovered in the latter half of the night. He originally wanted to open his eyes and rest, but he didn't expect to hear a commotion in the room. Lin Yun immediately shut off his perception and prepared to break through to the immortal monarch realm. After a night, Lin Rei and Lu Ying were lying in bed in the room. Their eyes were wide open, but they didn't look like they had just woken up. At this moment, Lu Ying, who was lying on Lin Rei's chest, confusedly asked Lin Rei, "Husband, why do you suddenly want to marry me?" However, when Lin Rei heard this question, his body trembled and he blurted out the reason without hesitation. "Actually, I don't know why, but I just like you a lot." Lin Rei didn't tell the whole reason for this, because a small part of it was because of the mission, but the main reason was that he really did like Lu Ying. After such a long time, Lin Rei realized that he gradually fell in love with Lu Ying, but he didn't show it. At this time, the mission from his system was like a needle that pierced through the barrier between him and Lu Ying, and it naturally led to the current situation. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Lu Ying's face lit up, and she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she turned from Lin Rei to the side and quietly closed her eyes to sleep. When Lin Rei noticed Lu Ying's current state, he stood face to face with her and stroked her silky hair. Then, he kissed her on the cheek and sat up from the bed. Entirely put on her clothes, casually washed up, and walked out of the room. As soon as she stepped out of the room, Lin Yun was still meditating at the door, not moving an inch. As for Long Ji, he was also staring around tirelessly. Looking at this scene, Lin Rei didn't disturb them. He teleported to the spirit field at the back of the mountain and sat under a tree with his eyes closed like before. Little dragon, come out quickly. I have something to ask you. At this moment, Lin Ray shouted into the air in the system. His voice was so loud that the entire system could hear him. No one answered. There wasn't a single sound from the system. Lin Ray was very confused about this. If it were a normal situation like yesterday, Little Dragon would definitely stand out and scold Lin Ray or even point at his nose to teach him a lesson. However, Little Dragon didn't appear yesterday. Little Dragon, don't scare me. Where are you? Come out. Little Dragon still didn't answer. Instantly, Lin Ray had a bad feeling in his heart. He anxiously shouted into the system. A sense of loss instantly surged in his heart. Lin Ray looked at the empty, pitch-black space, and his heart was empty. He even recalled the scene when Little Dragon scolded him. Haha, what a bitch. Clearly, no one would scold you if Little Dragon wasn't around. I didn't expect you to suddenly disappear. I even miss you a little. Sigh. Lying in the system, he lifted his head and looked at the endless, pitch-black sky. Tears welled up in his eyes. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the first mission. You and Luiying have become Dao companions and have a successful dual cultivation. Damn! The sudden voice startled Lin Ray, who was immersed in his memories. He immediately cursed. Ding dong. Congratulations on completing the mission. You have successfully activated the martial arts arena and received 5 billion experience points. Damn, is this for real? Lin Ray returned to his senses, and after hearing the news, he felt that it was unreal. He immediately pinched his thigh. Ah! Lin Ray let out a blood-curdling scream. However, there wasn't a trace of pain on his face. Apart from excitement, there was only desire. Haha! I'm rich. After knowing that what he heard wasn't a dream, Lin Ray excitedly shouted into the sky. His tone was filled with excitement and joy, but there was also a trace of disappointment. Ding dong. Congratulations on activating the first level of the martial arts arena, Spirit Gathering Array. The cold, mechanical voice sounded again. In an instant, Lin Ray froze on the spot. His previous excitement disappeared. What? Spirit Gathering Array. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray really wanted to tear it apart. Lin Ray couldn't be more familiar with the Spirit Gathering Array. Spirit Gathering Array. Within the array, an Imperial Array Master could create more than one high-level Spirit Gathering Array. At this moment, Lin Ray was an Emperor Array. When he heard that the martial arts arena was a gigantic Spirit Gathering Array, Lin Ray froze on the spot. His eyes were filled with mockery. Oomph! A cold snort sounded. Instantly, Lin Ray stood quietly on the spot. He didn't move. The disrespect in his eyes completely disappeared. Oomph, this is how it is. You have to use your strength to oppress me. How immoral. At this moment, Lin Ray really wanted to say what he was thinking. Unfortunately, due to the system's strength, Lin Ray didn't dare to say anything. However, when the system said that the Spirit Gathering Array was for public use, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. His heart was filled with guilt. What do you know? How can this Spirit Gathering Array be compared to the Spirit Gathering Array you're familiar with? It's like an ant. A voice that made Linley excited suddenly rang out. Instantly, Linley's heart leapt with joy. Turning around, he saw that not too far in front of him, there was an extremely handsome man who was as tall as Linley. He had an obedient smile on his face, and Linley couldn't help but want to beat him up. However, when he saw the young man again, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with disappointment. He originally thought that it was the little dragon. He didn't expect that it wasn't. However, he was still very curious. To be able to appear in the system, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Immediately, Lin Ray politely said to the young man, I am Lin Ray, the owner of this system. Little brother, may I know who you are? There was no sound. After Lin Ray finished speaking, the young man only knew how to laugh foolishly, as if he was watching a joke. Looking at him, Lin Ray really wanted to go up and beat him up. However, he restrained himself. Who knew if this was a super strong person, just like the system? If that was the case, then the loss would outweigh the gain, and he would also lose face. I say, just when Lin Ray was about to introduce himself again, the young man opened his mouth. The voice was the little dragon's, but the body was indeed the body of a young man. Hee hee boy, how long has it been since we last met? Don't you recognize me? You're? For a moment, Lin Ray was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the young man in front of him, a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. Little dragon? Finally, a short figure appeared in his mind. He called out to the young man in a probing tone. Ha ha, boy, you finally recognize me. Do you know that you make me very sad? Damn, it's really you. After confirming that the young man was the little dragon, he didn't say anything else. He directly walked to the young man's side and hugged the little dragon. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. I knew it. Good people don't live long, but bad people live for 1,000 years. I knew that a bad person like you wouldn't disappear so easily. You scare me to death. Hugging the little dragon, Lin Ray scolded and ridiculed. The speaker had no intention, but the listener had a heart. Being hugged by Lin Ray, the little dragon's heart was filled with warmth. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Listening to Lin Ray's ridicule and abuse, the little dragon was unwilling to fall behind. He immediately reprimanded Lin Ray. Just like that, the two of them separated for a long time. Humph, the system has already told me everything about you. Tell me, why are you always so worrisome? Can you not let me worry so much? I've only left for a while, and you've already caused such a big mess for me. Chapter 458. That was an emergency, and I didn't have time to think about it. Sigh. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. You should tell me about the training field that just opened. Hearing Little Dragon's words, Lin Ray's face turned red. He was a little embarrassed and quickly changed the topic. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Little Dragon stopped talking nonsense and began to talk about the spirit gathering formation in the training field. The first level of the martial art practice field is just like what you've heard. It's a huge energy gathering array. But don't compare the energy gathering array in the martial arts practice field with the energy gathering array you've learned. What? Hearing Little Dragon's words, Lin Ray was a little confused. He didn't understand Little Dragon's meaning and couldn't help but ask, what's the difference? Aren't they both spirit gathering formations? Why? Did this spirit gathering formation grow legs or something? Calling you a country bumpkin is not wrong at all. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Little Dragon's face was full of wry and helplessness. This spirit gathering formation doesn't absorb ordinary spiritual energy. It absorbs chaos chi. This kind of spiritual energy is very grateful. So, you've picked up a treasure this time, you know? At this point, Little Dragon's face was full of smiles, as if this training field was very impressive. However, he knew quite a lot about the chaos chi that Little Dragon mentioned. Chaos chi. Isn't it the spiritual energy at the beginning of the world? But why would this kind of spiritual energy appear in the system? Moreover, how can I absorb this kind of spiritual energy at my current level? You're not that stupid, kid. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Little Dragon hurriedly said, however, if you were an ordinary person, you would only explode and die from the chaos chi. But when you were in the foundation establishment stage, you already used the chaos chi to condense your sea of chi. So, there's no problem for you to absorb the chaos chi. Moreover, don't you have the Devouring Heaven Art? You can use the Devouring Heaven Art to convert it into immortal spiritual energy. If I had known earlier, the amount of immortal chi converted from a strand of primal chaos chi would be enormous. At that time, your cultivation speed would be greatly increased. The more Lin Ray listened to the Little Dragon's words, the more excited he became. The thought of being able to absorb the chaos energy and quickly raise his cultivation base made him so excited that he wanted to start cultivating immediately. All right, you should cultivate later. The system has just activated the martial arts practice field, so there's no rush to cultivate. The most important thing for you now is to take care of yourself. This time, you should understand that your cultivation base has skyrocketed. Therefore, you must not use any cultivation base in the following period of time. Only in this way can the evil chi be completely suppressed. Otherwise, you can only end up as a killing tool controlled by the evil chi, a body without any thoughts. All right, I got it. Lin Rei nodded and agreed to the little dragon's request. At this moment, Lin Rei was really afraid. If it was really like what the little dragon said, he would rather die than become a killing tool without any thoughts of his own. Cold sweat overflowed, and his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Oomph, now you know how to be afraid. Then why didn't you listen to what I said before? Although it had grown up at this moment, the little dragon pouted and rolled its eyes at Lin Rei cutely as it complained nonstop. Its personality was still the same as before. When it came to reprimanding someone, it was not ambiguous at all. As time passed, Lin Rei, under the little dragon's earnest teachings, said that half a day had passed. Regarding this, Lin Rei was not happy at all. Instead, he took great pleasure in remembering the whole process in his heart. All right, that's all for today. I've just stabilized my body and won't wake up for the next few years. If I didn't tell you that I'm safe this time, I would have already entered a deep sleep. As it spoke, the little dragon's body dimmed, and it looked like it was sleeping weakly. Suddenly, Lin Rei's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said with concern, all right, you should go quickly. I don't have anything to do during this period. Besides, you have a wife at the Celestial Master level to take care of you. You can rest assured and sleep. I hope that when you wake up, you can stabilize your current state. Also, Linley said with a teasing look in his eyes, you look quite handsome right now. If you can really condense a physical body, I'll definitely help you find a beautiful girl. Then, Lin Rei laughed loudly and left the system, returning to his body. Oh, little brat, how dare you tease me? You really have no respect for your elders. Looking at the disappearing Lin Rei, the little dragon couldn't stop laughing and scolding. Then, with a serious expression, it disappeared from the system and entered a deep sleep. At this moment, under a big tree next to the spiritual field behind the mountain of Heavenly Fortune Village, Lin Rei couldn't help but laugh the moment he left the system. The smile on his face couldn't help but give off an amiable feeling. If his enemies saw this, they would definitely think that there was something wrong with their eyes. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. I'll wait for the little dragon to wake up before going to the training field to cultivate. During this period of time, it's more important to hurry up and complete the mission. With that, Lin Rei prepared to stand up. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure came from the horizon. The pressure of heaven and earth. Feeling the abnormality of the pressure, Lin Rei raised his head and looked in the direction of the pressure. Instantly, Lin Rei smiled. Haha, looks like Yinner is starting to break through. This was the only thing Lin Rei could think of, because Luing had said that Lin Yin would break through in one day. Now that the tribulation clouds had appeared above Heavenly Fortune Village, Lin Rei really couldn't think of anyone else other than Lin Yin. He stood up and teleported, instantly arriving at the entrance of the Lin family in Heavenly Fortune Village. At this moment, Lu Ying and Long Ji were already standing at the entrance, looking up at the sky. However, the difference was that Lu Ying didn't look worried at all while Long Ji looked extremely worried. The moment Lin Rei appeared, the two of them turned to look at him. Husband, Yinner. Hearing his newlywed wife's words, Lin Rei didn't wait for her to finish speaking before he said, I know about Yin Er's situation. You can go back first. With that, Lin Rei walked over to Lu Ying's side and pulled him into his arms. He walked step by step into the room, placed him on the bed, and covered him with a blanket. He then spoke gently, Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this matter. You worked hard last night. Leave the rest to me. The moment he said this, Lu Ying, who was lying on the bed calmly, suddenly blushed when he heard what her husband said. He hurriedly covered his blushing face with the blanket. Seeing such an adorable wife, Lin Rei felt very satisfied. He then smiled and walked out of the room. When he reached the door, he looked up at the sky and observed his son's situation. In the room, the moment Lin Rei walked out, Lu Ying crawled out from under the blanket and followed Lin Rei's instructions. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Boom, kacha, boom, Kacha, dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening to destroy it. At this moment, the rumbling of thunder was deafening. Not only Lin Ray, but everyone in Heavenly Fortune Village also sensed the strange phenomenon and walked out of their rooms one by one. Wah! Uncle, look, there's a person in the sky. Shh, don't talk. That's an immortal. An immortal is going through the tribulation clouds. It's not hard for us to disturb him. That's right. At this moment, everyone in the village was looking at everything with admiration. They had always respected cultivators. As members of the immortal world, they all knew the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and the law of the jungle. Therefore, when they saw the cultivator going through the tribulation clouds in the sky, they couldn't help but feel reverence in their hearts. Boom! Boom! Kacha! While everyone was worshipping Lin Yun, a bolt of lightning seemed to break through its shackles as it charged towards Lin Yun, who was standing under the clouds. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Everyone was very nervous. Only Lin Yun's father, Lin Ray, seemed to have nothing to do with Lin Yun, who was going through the tribulation clouds. He wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face. The bolt of lightning that broke through the clouds followed the momentum and aimed at Lin Yun. It carried a majestic pressure and an aura that could destroy the world as it rushed towards Lin Yun. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Looking at the fleeting tribulation clouds, Lin Yun didn't have a trace of fear. Instead, he faced it with a smile. The martial Emperor Divine Spear in his hand seemed to have sensed the provocation from the tribulation clouds. Immediately, the sound of the spear rang out and a cold light shone out. Haha, are you waiting for too long? But it doesn't matter. In a while, we'll pierce through the clouds and let him know that you're not someone he can afford to offend. At this moment, if Lin Ray heard what he said, he believed that Lin Ray would be dumbfounded instead of gratified. After all, even when he was young and frivolous, he didn't dare to say such arrogant words. Silent Thunder Spear Art. First move, Plunder. Seeing that the tribulation clouds were getting closer and closer to him, the martial Emperor Divine Spear in Lin Yun's hand suddenly moved. A terrifying bolt of lightning shot out from the martial Emperor Divine Spear, and a shocking long spear rushed towards the bolt of lightning falling from the clouds. The two attacks formed a pressure that was evenly matched. It seemed that no one was willing to give in to the other. Just at this moment, the two attacks collided. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the sky, and the aftermath of the energy rushed out in an instant. Lin Yun, who was not far away, was caught off guard by the aftermath of the collision. He was sent 100 meters away by the aftermath before he could stop with difficulty. I didn't expect the aftermath to be so sad. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was sent 100 meters away by the aftermath, was shocked and shocked. He didn't expect this situation at all. Although he was shocked, he was more excited and had a soaring fighting spirit. Lin Yun was very excited about such an attack. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Let's see if your attack or my martial technique is more powerful. Chapter 459. Whoosh! Holding the martial Emperor Divine Spear in his hand, the arrogant Lin Yun dashed into the thunderclouds regardless of the consequences. Linley, who was looking up at Lin Yun, wanted to stop him after realizing what his son was doing, but it was too late. Lin Yun had already entered the thundercloud. Just an instant. Staring at the rolling clouds of tribulation lightning, Linley's heart grew cold. Although he knew that his son was not afraid of this kind of thunder tribulation, the thunderclouds were no joke. Even he had not tried it before. Long Ji, who had been standing at the side, was also shocked when he saw this. He knelt on the ground and did not say a word. At this moment, the village was silent. No one was willing to talk, especially Lin Ray. He did not know what to do, but he knew that the only thing he could do for his son was to pray. He prayed that his son would not be fatally injured in the thunderclouds. This was the only thing he could do at this moment. Boom! Kacha! Kacha! Thunder rumbled from the thunderclouds. The sound of thunder was terrifying. Except for the thunderclouds, the other places were still very bright, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Time passed little by little, and the thunderclouds were still there. Lin Rei was getting more and more anxious. For Lin Rei, who only had one son left, Lin Yun was his life. Lin Rei would rather be the one entering the thunderclouds than see his son get hurt. Ding dong, thunder tribulation physique refining method, green lotus pod, black water, a cultivator with thunder spiritual roots, a strong blood chi, the refining method, the flame dragon fire controlling hand, and the reconstruction pill. The refining method will take 49 days to complete. This time, thunder tribulation physique will be born. Ding dong, thunder tribulation physique. Thunder tribulation physique appears. The warrior is invincible. The sudden voice of the system stunned him. Hearing the system's words, Linley couldn't help but raise his head to look at his son, Yuchi Lei Yun. His heart skipped a beat. Thunder tribulation physique. Does the system want me to refine my son into a thunder tribulation physique? Lin Rei was very puzzled. If he followed the system's instructions and used the refining technique to refine it, wouldn't that be the same as refining his son into a spiritual weapon? How would he carry on the family line in the future? Ding dong. The thunder tribulation physique is a postnatal physique. Once you cultivate it, you will be fine. Otherwise, you will die and never be able to reincarnate. Perhaps the system knew what Lin Rei was worried about. While Lin Rei was thinking, the system spoke. For a moment, Lin Rei was stunned. His heart was in turmoil. Although he had the system's words, Linley was still unsure of his refining technique. Although he had learned the flame dragon fire control technique, he hadn't used it in a long time. He was a bit rusty. In addition, there was only one azure sky canopy. If he failed, the elixir would be nothing, but his son would have no hope. Boom! Crack! Just as Lin Rei was hesitating, something happened in the thunderclouds in the sky. Thunder resounded through the sky. Instantly, Lin Rei was awakened by the sound of thunder. Instantly, his mind became much clearer. Forget it. Let's take a gamble. No matter what, I can't watch Yin be drowned by the thunderclouds. Anyway, he will die. If I succeed, it will be a great help to Yin Er's cultivation in the future. At this moment, Linley had already made up his mind. He was going to use the mysterious systems method. After thinking about it for a long time, he felt that this was the only way his son would have a chance at survival. If he didn't, he might really die. Lin Rei didn't speak nonsense. He wanted to ask the system for help for such a big matter. But before he could say anything, the system's cold voice sounded in Lin Rei's ears. Don't even think about it. I can't help you. If you continue to rely on the system like this, you won't be able to do anything in the future. So, the system has set a rule. In the future, no matter if it's the system or the little dragon, they will provide you with a method. As for how to deal with it, the host will have to do it himself. Helplessly, although Lin Rei was a little angry when he heard the system's words, Lin Rei didn't have any intention to refute it. He was right, and Linley thought the same. If a person's strength was based on things like the system, then such a cultivator would find it difficult to move forward in the future. The only way to make oneself strong was to make oneself strong enough to protect the things or people that one wanted to protect. Only someone like Linley would be the most realistic way to make oneself strong enough to protect the things and people that one wanted to protect. Immediately, Lin Rei didn't ask for the system's help. Instead, he soared into the sky and arrived below the thunderclouds in an instant. Son, bear with it. Trust me. Trust me. I will definitely get you out of there. As he spoke, he still had a distressed look on his face. However, his expression suddenly changed. Just you wait. When you come out, I will skin you alive. I will let you know what you are capable of. How dare you barge into the thunderclouds? As he spoke, Lin Rei's consciousness entered his storage ring and took out the things that he had prepared this time. Except for the thunder spirit root, which he already had, he had everything else. Phew! Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky, Lin Rei took a deep breath. Then, his expression became calm. With a raise of his hand, a natural force of heaven and earth appeared. The Yin Dragonfire control hand was instantly activated. At the same time, the illusory spirit bloodfire was naturally indispensable. In an instant, fiery red palm prints appeared and blasted towards the thunderclouds above. Boom, 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 one by one, the fiery red palm prints slammed into the thunderclouds. Suddenly, the thunderclouds showed signs of weakness. Haha, it is indeed useful. Fortunately, the little dragon forced me to learn the Yin Dragon Fire Control Hand. Otherwise, I would have been blind today. Seeing how weak the thunderclouds were, Linley hurriedly activated his immortal Emperor cultivation and the primal chaos scripture. At the same time, the Devour Heavens was activated as well. At the same time, the surrounding thunderclouds emitted energy to replenish the energy he had lost. Palm after palm, red palm prints continuously slammed into the thunderclouds. The thunderclouds, which were originally 100 miles in radius, were now being compressed bit by bit under the pressure of Lin Rei's Yin Dragon Fire Control Hand. Moreover, what was unbelievable was that the thunderclouds were shrinking faster and faster. In the end, it was so fast that it was pitiful to the naked eye. In this regard, if other cultivators were to witness this, they would definitely be recorded in the scripture. It would even overturn all the common sense that they had ever cultivated. As the thunderclouds continued to shrink, Lin Rei became more and more nervous. He still did not know if he could save his son. Okay, now is the time. Add the green lotus seed, and so on. Add the black water every 15 minutes. Finally, add the remolding pill. Then, use the illusory spirit blood fire to refine it. The system's words came out of the blue. However, Lin Rei liked it very much. As soon as the system finished speaking, Lin Rei did not hesitate. In an instant, he used the green lotus seed that he had prepared beforehand and threw it directly into the thunderclouds that had shrunk to a radius of 1,000 meters. Sizzle! As soon as the green lotus seed entered the thunderclouds, the sizzling sound of thunder made everyone's scalp tingle. Boom! Increase it. In an instant, the intensity of the fire exploded several times before it stopped. Lin Rei roared angrily. His eyes were full of worry. As time passed, Lin Rei followed the system's instructions and added the black water and the remolding pill after 15 minutes. When all the materials for the Thunder Calamity Constitution were used up, Lin Rei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The worry in his heart was relieved. Well, not bad. You used the storytelling technique. I believe that after this, your refining realm and alchemy realm will be greatly improved. Originally, Lin Rei was beginning to relax when he saw that only the illusory spirit blood fire was left to refine. When he heard the system's words, he felt proud. However, the system's voice came again. However, don't think that this is all. Although the materials have been used up, these are just appetizers. You should know that the Thunder Calamity Constitution is second only to the Tendo Constitution. Although it is not as powerful as you, the Supreme Hongmeng is still a constitution that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Even in the immortal realm, there are not many people like me, because they do not dare to take the risk. Stunned, Lin Rei was completely stunned. According to the system's words, it seemed that he had been tricked again, and this time it was not a small trap. What do you mean? Although he did not know what the system meant, he could tell that his son would not be in danger. Nothing. I just want your son to be able to take charge of things alone, and you could be at ease to do your own things. As long as one was not a fool, one would know the meaning of the system's words, especially Lin Rei. When he heard the system's words, he knew that it wanted him to quickly solve the matter here, and then concentrate on breaking through his cultivation base, and finally leave the immortal realm and go to the divine realm. Thinking of this, Lin Rei felt helpless. He did not expect the system to be more shameless than the little dragon. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked the system to be so awesome? Well, tell me, what else do I need to do to ensure my son's safety? As long as you say it, I will do as you say. From now on, I will work hard to cultivate and strive to break through the immortal realm as soon as possible, and then go to the divine realm to complete the task. Wait, this is what you said. I did not say anything. Don't associate this matter with me. As soon as the words came out, Lin Rei felt like vomiting blood. He did not expect the system to be so shameless. However, since you said so, then tell me, if I don't agree, wouldn't it be too inconsiderate of me? So, I agree to your request. At this point, Lin Ray did not have any meaning to say anything else, so he chose to remain silent and wait for the system to finish. Actually, the Thunder Calamity body still needs a lot of important materials, and what you just said is just the appetizer of the Thunder Calamity body. Otherwise, why would the Thunder Calamity body be called a warrior race? Chapter 460. Without waiting for Lin Ray's response, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in front of him. A shocking amount of spiritual energy was floating in the air. Lin Ray was dumbfounded when he saw the sudden appearance of these things. He recognized a few of them, but he didn't recognize any of the others. Moreover, he had never seen or heard of them before. Sky-chilling grass, thunderstruck wood, heavenly hammer stone. One by one, Lin Ray was shocked by the appearance of these things. For a moment, Lin Ray was stunned in the air. He didn't move at all, as if he was a fool. The things here were like the thunderstruck wood. This thunderstruck wood was an extraordinary item. It was a 10,000-year-old ancient spiritual tree. It was carelessly struck by the lightning tribulation, but it didn't die. Instead, it gave birth to a new powerful creature. If this kind of heavenly treasure appeared in the world, it would cause the entire immortal world, oh no, even the god world, to go crazy. Lin Ray dared to guarantee that this kind of heavenly treasure could not only be used by cultivators in the immortal world, but also by cultivators in the god world. Moreover, it was said that there was a kind of pill that used the creature born from the thunderstruck wood to refine, a kind of spirit-seizing pill. Even the god emperor of the god world would benefit greatly from it. It could even increase his cultivation. Moreover, Lin Ray was so excited that he couldn't control himself when he saw these heavenly treasures that could make the whole of Hongmeng go crazy appear in front of him. Hee, wipe your saliva. These things are all for your precious son to forge a thunder tribulation body. Not one of them can be missing. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, Lin Ray unconsciously wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Then he said seriously, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't do it. Moreover, aren't these things very precious? Lin Ray didn't believe what he said at this moment. However, for the sake of face, what was this? All right, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. However, in the following period of time, you must circulate your cultivation method and devour at the same time. Furthermore, in the following days, you must constantly devour things to recover your spiritual qi. Therefore, once this weapon technique starts, you cannot stop. The system's words made Lin Ray's heart skip a beat. However, when he remembered that his son's life was still uncertain, Lin Ray couldn't care less. All right, I'll listen to you. As long as my son can survive, I, Lin Ray, swear that I won't come out of seclusion until I break through to the immortal venerable realm and ascend to the divine world. His expression was resolute when he said this, and Lin Ray's words were exactly what the system wanted to hear. Okay, remember what you said. Then let's begin. This is the last benefit I'm going to give you. You have to cherish it. And then the entire world fell silent. One glowing natural treasure after another began to hover around Linley. Heavenly time pearl, water of forgetfulness, eye of the heavens. Just like that, the real mission of refining the Thunder Calamity physique began. This time, the system was always by Lin Ray's side, hoping that Lin Ray would make a mistake in the refining process and cause him to die in the thunderclouds. Lin Ray grabbed the heavenly treasures one by one and threw them into the thunderclouds according to the time he was given. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. During this month, Linley didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. He didn't even dare to pause in his training of the two techniques. On the second day after Lin Ray started refining the Thunder Calamity physique, Lu Ying walked out of the room. After seeing Lin Ray's situation, he went to protect Lin Ray and didn't let anything disturb him. As for the villagers of Heavenly Blessing Village, they all knew about Lin Ray's situation. regarding this. The village chief of Heavenly Blessing Village was so scared that he lay in bed for a few days after making things difficult for Lin Ray. Then, he went to Lin Ray's door and waited for Lin Ray to apologize. As for the others, they were already numb. After watching for a few days, they went back to their own things. However, the one who suffered the most during the entire process was Lin Ray. The immortal chi in his body was depleted time and time again, but he kept circulating the devouring heaven execution to replenish it. Because of this, Lin Ray's spirit meridians were slightly damaged. However, there were still benefits. On the 20th day of refining, his cultivation broke through from the peak of the early stage Immortal Emperor Realm to the mid-stage Immortal Emperor Realm. However, all the credit was due to the billions of experience from before. Otherwise, Lin Ray might not have been able to break through. A month slowly passed like this. There were still 19 days until the Thunder Calamity physique appeared. The closer it got, the more difficult it became. Huff, huff, huff. Rapid panting sounds came from Lin Ray's mouth. It was as if he could see through the thunderclouds. His murderous gaze made people's hearts palpitate. Brat, when you come out and see if I don't beat your ass up. This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Let's see if you still dare to mess around in the future. However, although he said this, the illusory spirit blood fire in his hand did not stop. Instead, it was still growing. Hee, you're so stubborn. You're obviously worried to death, but you're still saying these words. Don't you feel bored? For the system who had been observing all this, it knew Lin Ray's mood very well. Stop talking. Let's see how long it will take. Don't tell me there's really 19 days left. At this moment, Lin Ray was really helpless. He had been meditating for another month. Although it could increase his cultivation, his spirit meridians were in pain. This pain was still bearable for a short period of time, but it would be unbearable for a long time. Soon, according to your speed, you have 7 days at most. Just 7 days and you'll be done. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray's face lit up. However, before Lin Ray could rejoice, a but sound was heard. However, if your fire is unstable halfway through, then it's hard to say. You know, your fire is very strong. If you're not careful, then it's hard to say. It might take longer. After the system said this, Lin Ray did not speak anymore. He just waited quietly. The illusory spirit blood fire in his hand grew stronger and stronger. With the system's guidance, the day of the Thunder Tribulation was getting closer and closer. Lin Ray was indeed getting more and more nervous. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, the 7th day, today was the day the system said the Thunder Tribulation would appear. However, Lin Ray did not feel it all. There was not even the slightest sign of it appearing. Generally speaking, when an anomaly appeared in the world, there should be a vision. But now, although there were still thunderclouds in the sky, there was no pressure from heaven and earth. The illusory spirit blood fire did not stop. It was refined from day to night. However, there was still no movement from the thunderclouds in the sky. Suddenly, Lin Ray panicked. Hey, didn't you say that my son would be born today? What's the situation now? Why is there no movement at all? Is what you said true? Lin Ray roared in his heart. His face was extremely ferocious. Lu Ying, who had been protecting him, was shocked when he saw Lin Ray's appearance. There was no sound. At this moment, Lin Ray felt like he was hitting cotton. He had no strength at all. Lin Ray could do nothing about it. It's done. The sudden voice startled Lin Ray. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. His heart was filled with excitement. The person who spoke just now was the cold voice of the system. Kacha, kacha, kacha. A sound that sounded like an eggshell cracking suddenly rang out. At this moment, the thundercloud was cracking bit by bit, just like how an egg would crack open. Be inside the thunderclouds, there was thunder and lightning that made one's heart tremble. This kind of thunder and lightning made one feel a sense of destruction and a vague desire to purify one's soul. Even Lin Ray had the same feeling when he saw it. Besides, what shocked Lin Ray the most was the pressure released from the thunderclouds. Lin Ray felt that this was not something that an immortal lord should have. As the cracks grew bigger and disappeared, the The figure that Lin Ray had been waiting for finally appeared. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The sky was filled with cracks until it couldn't take it anymore and exploded. Ah! An earth-shattering roar was heard all of a sudden. It was late at night, and the villagers of the Heavenly Blessing Village were already asleep. But after this roar, all the villagers lit up their lights, put on their clothes, and went out of their houses to look at the sky. Be it the elderly, the middle-aged, the children, or the exhausted youths who worked hard during the day, all of them came to the open space and looked at the roar in the sky. Kacha! 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 Thunderous sounds were heard all of a sudden. The area within 1,000 meters was drowned in a baptism of thunder and lightning, turning into a sea of tears. Ha ha! Looking at this scene, the happiest person was none other than Lin Ray. What made him even more surprised was that Lin Ray had used this opportunity to break through to the peak of the early stage Immortal Emperor realm. He could clearly sense that as long as his son wanted to break through, he could break through to the mid-stage Immortal Emperor realm at any time, just like him. As for how he broke through, there was no need to think about it. With so many heavenly treasures absorbed by his son, as long as it wasn't a ruin, he would be able to break through no matter what. However, Lin Ray didn't expect that all the heavenly treasures would allow his son to break through to the same level as him. Haha, what's wrong? Now that your son's cultivation is at the same level as yours, don't you think you should hurry up and go into seclusion? At this moment, the system hurriedly said to Lin Ray in a provocative tone. However, Lin Ray acted as though he didn't hear the system's words and remained indifferent. He continued to chuckle as he looked at his son, who was venting his anger in the sky. Chapter 461. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Yun, who was venting his anger after breaking through, looked at his father with a smile. His eyes were filled with battle intent. When Lin Ray saw this, he was gratified by his son's reaction. However, he was also very angry. You just broken through and you're already trying to intimidate me. You really don't know your limits. Although this was what he thought, Lin Ray didn't reject Lin Yun's request. Bang! The primal Chaos Dragon Spear instantly appeared in his hand. He instantly exerted his mid-stage Immortal Emperor cultivation. Immediately, a vigorous pressure swept out with him as the center. Ow! Ow! Suddenly, the roars of the Azure Dragon resounded in the heavens and earth. At the same time, a magical scene appeared. After the roars, the 9 heavens golden dragon with 9 claws appeared behind Lin Ray. It rose in all directions and stared at Lin Yun, who was filled with battle intent. It looked as if it wanted to rush up and devour him. Hiss! Lin Yun, who saw this scene, felt regret in his heart. Just a single glance from a 9 heavens golden dragon was enough to make his soul tremble, let alone his father, who was controlling the 9 heavens golden dragon. However, Lin Ray wouldn't give him this opportunity. Lin Ray also wanted to test his son's Thunder Calamity physique. He wanted to see how strong the Thunder Calamity physique was. Come, let me see how strong you are after breaking through to the early stage Immortal Emperor realm. After saying this, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. He instantly held the primal Chaos Chi in his hand, and the 9 heavens golden dragon followed behind him and rushed towards Lin Yun. Ow! Ow! The 9 heavens golden dragon seemed to have felt Lin Yun's battle intent. They immediately separated from Lin Ray's back and swarmed towards Lin Yun. They opened their huge mouths as if they wanted to swallow Lin Yun into their stomachs. Lin Li, who had come with the dragon's soul, did not show any mercy, nor did he show any mercy to his son. In his world, there was no such thing as mercy on the battlefield. If he were to go easy on his son now, he would be finished when they met the real enemy. Silent Thunder kill. He instantly used the Silent Thunder Spear art, and a huge spear intent rushed towards Lin Yun. He didn't rely on his mid-stage Immortal Emperor cultivation. Hiss! Looking at his father's smooth movements, Lin Yun instantly reacted and teleported away, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Phew! Lin Yun, who had retreated to the side, was terrified as he recalled the scene from before. He hadn't expected his father's attack to be so sharp and murderous that he hadn't been able to react in time. Lin Yun now knew his own limits. Haha, father, just as Lin Yun gave up on fighting, before he could react, a spear carrying 9 dragon souls had already arrived. Lin Yun had no choice but to raise his weapon to defend himself. Bang! Bang! The sound of weapons clashing resounded through the sky. Everyone was shocked by the scene in the sky, especially Liao Yu, who had been observing the scene. I didn't expect Lin Rei's family to be so powerful. They are probably the top existences in the entire immortal world. But why haven't I heard of them before? His wife is probably a super expert as well. Thinking of this, Liao Yu couldn't help glancing at Lu Ying in the sky. However, as he was afraid that Lu Ying would tell him, he didn't look again. Instead, he focused all his attention on the battle between Lin Rei and Lin Yun. A battle between experts was something that was hard to come by in 100 years. Furthermore, it would be good if they could get something out of this battle. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yun, who was clashing with his weapon, looked at his father, who was filled with murderous intent. Lin Yun was stunned for a moment. He was terrified of his father's current appearance. How? How can this be? Father, why? Just as Lin Yun was in shock, Lin Rei's voice sounded. It was clear that Lin Rei's tone was full of reprimand, but it was more of a warning. Little brat, little brat. If you don't have the ability, don't try to be brave. When others see the lightning tribulation, they try their best to avoid it. You, on the other hand, rushed into the lightning clouds. Tell me, are you stupid? As he spoke, Lin Rei attacked Lin Yun with a spear. Moreover, the speed was getting faster and faster. At first, Lin Yun was still able to withstand it, but as time passed, Lin Yun started to feel a little tired. Bang! 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 Lin Yun, who was forced back step by his father, was very depressed. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He gladly accepted his father's reprimand. Father, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Who knew that the lightning clouds would be so strong? I regretted it after entering the lightning clouds. Saying that, Lin Yun's face was full of guilt. However, Lin Rei could see that although Lin Yun was saying that he felt guilty, he believed that if he could do it again, his son would do the same thing again. If this is the last time. If there's a next time, I won't care. I can save you this time, but it doesn't mean that I can save you in the future. Do you understand? I understand. Hearing that his father's tone was getting gentler, Lin Yun was relieved. He quickly nodded and replied. However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack that made him feel terrified instantly arrived. He didn't even have time to react. Azura Spear Art, first style, absolute kill. Bang! After a muffled sound, a figure rushed down from the sky and turned into a shadow, disappearing in an instant. Bang! On a hillside, not far from the Heavenly Fortune Village, a loud sound suddenly rang out. If someone saw it again, they would definitely see a human-shaped hole in the ground. Ah! A painful roar came from the huge hole. Not long after, a figure rushed out of the huge hole and soared into the sky. Whoosh! The figure was so fast that it was hard to follow. Not long after, the figure arrived at Lin Rei's side. His face was covered in dust as he stood behind Lin Rei. This is only a warning. Moreover, I was the one who made the move this time. If this was your enemy, you would have already met the King of Hell. Looking at his son who had just returned, if no one had noticed, Lin Li's eyebrows suddenly twitched when he saw that his son had returned safe and sound. However, he quickly returned to normal, but the fervor in his eyes could not be suppressed. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Rei descended from the sky and arrived at his house. Lin Rei followed behind him. However, at this moment, Lin Yun's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that after breaking through, he wouldn't even be able to take half a move from his father. However, it was also at this moment that Lin Yun secretly swore to himself that he would work hard in his cultivation in the future. It wasn't for anything else, but to be able to take half a move from his father and to be able to fight against him for a longer period of time. Immortal Lin, Immortal Lin, I was blind before. I'm not Jin Xiang Yu. Please forgive me for my previous mistakes. After saying that, the village chief took out more than 30 silver taels from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ray. He said in a trembling voice, Immortal Lin, this is the money you gave me before. Please take it back. I only ask that you don't lower yourself to my level. Lin Ray was truly confused by the village chief's actions. However, after hearing what he said, Lin Ray understood that the village chief knew that he was a cultivator and was afraid of his revenge. That was why. Haha, village chief, you don't have to be like this. I'm really here to live in seclusion. There's nothing else. Just pretend that nothing happened. I'll continue living my normal life. You guys can continue living your normal lives. As he spoke, Linley stepped forward and helped the village chief to his feet. As for the money in the village chief's hands, Linley put it away because he knew that if he didn't take it, the village chief definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. As expected, when the village chief saw Lin Ray keeping the money, he was instantly overjoyed. Yes. I'll leave now. I won't disturb Immortal Lin's life anymore. As he spoke, with a strength that came from who knows where, before Linley could even see him clearly, the village chief disappeared from where he was, leaving Linley's field of vision. Looking at the place where the village chief disappeared, Lin Ray smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't bother with the village chief anymore. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the gentle Lu Ying under the roof. It's been hard on you these past few days. He took a step forward and instantly came to Lu Ying's side. Without another word, he pulled her into his embrace and kissed Lu Ying's face. All right. Yin Air is still watching. Lin Ray's action caused Lu Ying's face to turn red. She struggled free from Lin Ray's hand and jumped to the side as if she was escaping. She rolled her eyes at Lin Ray. For a moment, Lin Ray was speechless. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, he quickly changed the topic. He turned to Lin Yun and said, This time, you benefited from a disaster and directly skipped the immortal monarch realm to reach the emperor realm. However, because of this, your cultivation foundation has been shaken. So, you don't have to rush to break through during this period of time. You can talk about it when you've stabilized your cultivation. Also, after you've stabilized your cultivation and reached the mid-stage immortal emperor realm, I'll tell you something to be happy about. The topic changed too quickly. When Lin Yun heard his father's words, he was stunned. However, after a while, he came back to his senses and nodded in agreement. Oh, I got it. Looking at his son's appearance, Lin Ray didn't say anything else and walked into the house alone. Lin Ray's final sigh stunned Lin Yun and Lu Ying. They didn't know what it meant. Chapter 462. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, catching everyone off guard. It had been 500 years since Lin Ray helped his son refine the lightning tribulation physique. After that, Lin Ray entered the system and went into seclusion. Lin Ray's sudden seclusion caught everyone off guard, especially the newly married Lu Ying. She didn't know what to say, but she obeyed Lin Ray's decisions unconditionally. As for Lin Yun, he was filled with guilt for his father's sudden seclusion. He always thought that it was his fault and would wait for his father's return every once in a while. However, 500 years had passed, and he still hadn't seen his father's shadow. He felt even more guilty about this, but it was also because of this that he worked even harder in his cultivation. Ever since that time, Lin Yun seemed to have gone crazy. He cultivated with all his might, day and night. However, he didn't give up on the spirit field at the back of the mountain for even a moment. In the 500 years of his soul, the spiritual herbs in the spirit field had become the best in the eyes of the world. Even in the immortal world, there were people who came to ask for herbs from time to time. Lin Yun would make these people exchange for something of equal value. The spiritual herbs that the Zhao brothers had destroyed were all repaired by Lin Yun after Lin Ray went into seclusion. Moreover, in these 500 years, Lin Yun would occasionally send mature spiritual herbs back to the Xuanzong Sect. When he returned to the Xuanzong Sect, everyone knew that Lin Ray had gone into seclusion. No one went to disturb him, but they sent a few members of the Dark Department to guard the surroundings of the Heavenly Fortune Village. Lin Yun also gave the order that if they found anyone strange, there was no need to report it. They were to kill without mercy. After all, Lin Yun was now the leader of the Dark Department. In these 500 years, the entire immortal world regained its vitality. Although the major forces that were killed by the Xuanzong sect hadn't recovered yet, it was about time. A few of them were replaced by others. The original Kuei Empire was now under the control of the White Elephant Empire. The entire immortal world was in awe of the Xuanzong sect. No one dared to show any disrespect. There were even some disciples who went to the Xuanzong sect, wanting to join the Xuanzong sect. However, after the disaster that destroyed the Xuanzong sect basically stopped recruiting people. They weren't sure if there were other sects among them. They didn't want the previous incident to happen again. Moreover, under Dong Xiaonan's control, the Xuanzong sect became stronger and stronger. All the disciples were waiting for a lot of cultivation resources. After 500 years, all the disciples improved rapidly. Originally, the Xuanzong sect only had 30 to 40 immortal emperors. After 500 years, there were nearly 1,000 immortal emperors and more than 10,000 immortal monarchs. Except for a small number who joined later, the rest were already very sad. During this period of time, Dong Xiaonan's cultivation base also gradually increased. From the original Golden Immortal Realm to the current peak Immortal Emperor Realm, he was only one step away from breaking through the peak of the immortal world and becoming an Immortal Venerable. Su Bo, Murong Yu, Wang Hong, and the others had all broken through to the Immortal Emperor Realm. Although they were all in the early Immortal Emperor Realm, they were still considered the mainstay of the sect. As for Lin Wanyu and the others, it was needless to say. They were all carefully selected by Lin Li, and they were also verified by the system. Therefore, during this period of time, the 5 people who were originally at the Golden Immortal Realm soared all the way to the peak of the Immortal Emperor Realm. Moreover, they could vaguely sense the feeling of ascension. Of course, the one who broke through the fastest was Lin Yun. He soared all the way from the mid-Immortal Emperor Realm. With the guidance of Lu Ying, Lin Yun broke through to the Immortal Venerable Realm in the 400th year. Until now, he was still in the early Immortal Venerable Realm. In these 500 years, many people had undergone earth-shattering changes. Some had even become experts of their own regions. At the same time, there were also people who had become street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. Lin Rei was really amazing in these 500 years. After 100 years of seclusion, he broke through to the peak Immortal Emperor Realm. Because of this, the Spirit Gathering Formation in the martial arts arena was activated. In the 200th year, Lin Rei easily entered the Immortal Venerable Realm with the help of the Primal Chaos Chi in the Spirit Gathering Formation. Because Lin Rei cultivated the Primal Chaos Scripture, there were no obstacles or lightning tribulations when he broke through the barrier. Everything could be said to be natural. When he broke through to the Immortal Venerable Realm, the mission given to Lin Rei by the system was miraculously completed. Lin Rei was very puzzled about this. Originally, he wanted to go out and have a look, but the system had shamelessly sealed the entire system. It even told Lin Rei that the seal could only be removed when he broke through to the peak Immortal Venerable Realm and sensed the feeling of ascension. Lin Rei was depressed about this for a period of time, but after thinking it through, Lin Rei began to work hard to break through. On the 300th year of Lin Rei's cultivation, when he broke through to the intermediate Immortal Venerable Realm, the little dragon woke up from his deep slumber. Immediately, after seeing Lin Rei's appearance and cultivation base, the little dragon quickly began to guide Lin Rei. Just like this, time ticked by. 500 years later, Lin Rei's cultivation base had broken through to the peak of late Immortal Venerable Realm. Moreover, Lin Rei had a feeling that as long as he wanted to break through, he could break through at any time and ascend to the divine world. Of course, the most important part of this was the little dragon. Lin Rei was very grateful to the little dragon who had guided him for 200 years, because he knew that without the little dragon's guidance, he was afraid that it would take him at least 1,000 years to break through to the peak of late immortal venerable realm. In the system of the Nine Heavens Xuanzong Sect, in the spiritual gathering formation of the martial arena, the surrounding grayish qi gave people a hazy feeling. If there were any experts here, they would be able to feel that a trace of this qi was enough for them to cultivate for a few years. However, they were not fated to have such a high-grade spiritual qi. In the middle of the spiritual gathering formation, a man with fluffy hair and a face full of stubble was sitting in the middle of the formation. He looked like a savage. As the saying went, sit like a bell, stand like a pine tree, and walk like the wind. At this moment, the man seemed like an ancient existence that was sitting in the middle of the formation motionlessly. It gave people a sense of dread that came from the depths of their hearts. "I've finally broken through." A desolate voice was heard from the man who was sitting in the spiritual gathering formation. In an instant, he opened his eyes and a ray of light shot out, shooting towards the distance. Bang! A loud sound was heard, but the man who was sitting in the middle of the spiritual gathering formation didn't move at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Sika, who is this? How can you be so inconsiderate? Can't you let me sleep? Suddenly, a lazy voice that made people want to sleep was heard. Immediately, a trace of joy appeared on the man's face, but he didn't stand up. Instead, he turned his head and saw a helpless youth walking towards him. As the youth got closer and closer, Lin Ray didn't act arrogantly. Instead, he stood up and turned to face the youth. "Haha, I'm sorry. I just woke up and couldn't control myself. I must have woken you up." Lin Ray apologized. Immediately, the youth was stunned. He looked at Lin Ray as if he had seen a ghost and pondered. He seemed to stop and think about something. For a moment, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. "What are you looking at?" "Don't tell me I—" Before Lin Ray could finish, the youth interrupted. "You've changed. Lin Ray, you've really changed. In the past, you couldn't wait to leave. Now, you still haven't thought of leaving." Upon hearing the youth's words, Lin Ray was instantly speechless. He thought the youth was going to say something else. He didn't expect the youth to talk about this matter. Little dragon, you should know that I'm already at the peak of the late immortal venerable realm. Besides, I can feel the call of ascension. So, if you don't give me a treasure that can conceal my cultivation base, I won't be able to leave." Initially, he thought that the little dragon had changed, but after hearing Lin Ray's words, he immediately understood that the little dragon had another request. No wonder he was like this. "All right, since you're about to ascend to the divine world, I'll give you a gift for our first meeting." Having said that, a jade pendant appeared in front of Lin Ray and explained, "This is the spirit concealing jade. It can cure what you said just now. You have to take care of it carefully. This thing is very precious. Even I only have one thing with me. If you lose it, it will be gone forever." Wow. Upon hearing the little dragon's introduction, Lin Ray quickly kept the jade pendant and hung it on his waist. After the matter was settled, Lin Ray packed up and was about to leave, but the system stopped him. Ding dong. Host has completed 3 of the 4 missions. There's still 1 mission left. I hope the host can start it as soon as possible. All right, there's still 50 years left. If the host hasn't joined a sect in the divine world within these 50 years, I'm sorry. The system will have no choice but to erase the host without mercy. Lin Ray was dumbfounded when he heard the message. Only a fool would understand what it meant. Wasn't it obvious that the system wanted him to leave the immortal world and ascend to the divine world as soon as possible? All right, I got it. Don't worry. Lin Ray didn't refute. At this moment, he had already gotten used to the system. So, Lin Ray didn't have any objections to this mission. After saying that, Lin Ray exited the system. His body instantly appeared in a very familiar and intimate room. Looking at everything around him, Lin Ray's eyes welled up with tears. I'm back. Lin Ray sighed with many indescribable emotions. He knew that during this period of time, he had completed 3 missions. This meant that he had lost a son and a daughter. So at this moment, Lin Ray was very emotional. However, he didn't dare to appear beside them. He thought of how he treated Lin Yan before. He was afraid that his son would be a little distant to him like Lin Yan. Chapter 463. Jia. Just as Lin Ray was feeling scared, the door opened. Startled, Lin Ray turned his head and looked at the door with a trace of nervousness in his heart. The person who pushed the door open was a very beautiful woman. She was as beautiful as a celestial fairy, but her chi was extremely cold and unsmiling. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but want to run away. Looking at this beautiful woman, Lin Li's heart skipped a beat. A sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. Although this woman's aura made it difficult for others to approach her, when Lin Li felt this sense of familiarity, he couldn't help but want to go up and hug this woman whom he had never met before. Although he couldn't control his body, his rationality defeated his will. Lin Ray stared at the woman who came in and went forward to inquire about the situation. Similarly, the woman who had just pushed the door open also sensed his gaze. She was also puzzled by the man who had suddenly appeared. She wanted to go up and ask him, but she could not sense any sort of cultivation or presence from him. The woman stopped in her tracks and looked at the man who was about to walk towards her with a wary expression. At this moment, she was ready to fight at any time. One of her hands had already formed an incantation gesture. Her magical weapon was on standby. As soon as the incantation gesture was activated, the weapon would rush out and kill without hesitation. Lin Ray understood the woman's actions very well. After breaking through to the peak immortal venerable realm, Lin Ray basically didn't need to use his spiritual sense to sense everything around him. He ignored her because he knew that even if she used her cultivation base, he wouldn't attack her. How could a Tai true immortal cultivator injure the body of a peak supreme immortal weapon? Step by step, Lin Ray came to the front of the woman and asked with a gentle smile, "Little girl, may I ask why are you here? Where's your family? Is Lin Yan here?" Lin Ray's questions stunned the girl. When she heard Lin Yan's name, she had basically let down her guard, because the current Lin Yan wasn't an ordinary person. Everyone in the immortal world knew that Lin Yan had advanced to the immortal venerable realm. Therefore, if the two of them could say Lin Yan's name so calmly, it meant that the two of them were close friends. However, it wasn't a bad thing to be cautious. "Big brother Yan isn't here. Why are you here?" "Not here." Hearing the woman's words, Lin Ray frowned. Back then, he had told her not to go out if there was nothing important. He didn't expect that after being in seclusion for so many years, his words would fall on deaf ears. But if Lin Yan was drenched in the rain, he would definitely cry when he grew up. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm Lin Yan's friend. I came here today to look for him. Since he's not here, I'll take my leave." Although Lin Ray was somewhat familiar with the woman in front of him and couldn't help but want to get closer to her, there was no need for him to be courteous to someone he didn't know. And then, as he spoke, Lin Li turned and walked out, not looking back at all. What a strange person. If you're looking for your brother, just look for your brother. How rude of you to enter someone's house without asking for permission. Seeing Lin Li disappear, the woman no longer paid any attention to him. Instead, she entered her room and waved her hand. A gentle breeze appeared, and soon the room, which had been a bit dirty and messy, became clean and tidy. It was no different from a living room. "Stop right there. If you're a human, why are you in my house?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Immediately, the woman who was tidying up the room frowned. She hurriedly put down her work and rushed out of the house. Looking around, she saw the man who had just left standing in front of the door. When she saw the angry young man who was releasing his cultivation, the woman instantly wanted to stop him. However, it was all too late. In an instant, the young man rushed towards Lin Ray. His fist was covered in frost and carried an icy fist intent. He arrived in front of Lin Ray without any resistance and punched towards Lin Ray's face. On the other hand, Lin Li didn't move in the slightest, and his face was covered in frost. It just so happened that he was originally in a pretty good mood after breaking out of closed-door cultivation. Yet as soon as he came out, he encountered a little bastard that was courting death. The little bastard didn't say anything before making a move against him. If it was anyone else, they would be depressed and furious. Oof, little bastard. You just stepped onto the path of cultivation and you don't know how high the sky is. I think you really need to be taught a lesson. Since that's the case, I'll bring your family, especially your father, to teach you a lesson. After saying that, Lin Ray moved. With a thought, the fist intent that was about to hit the young man suddenly stopped in the air. No matter how hard the young man tried, he couldn't move an inch. Huh. Ah! A crisp sound echoed throughout the heavenly fortune village. At the same time, along with a blood-curdling scream, all the people gathered around to watch the show. Pa! 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 Ignoring the young man's blood-curdling scream, a ruler appeared in Lin Ray's hand, and he ruthlessly hit the young man's but again and again. The young man could only let out a blood-curdling scream. He wanted to break free, but no matter how much strength he exerted, it was all in vain. His body was still the same as before. You, why do you have to hit my brother? Let him go, or else my big brother Yun will kill you. At this moment, the girl who had just been frightened couldn't stay silent any longer. She stepped forward anxiously and pointed at Lin Ray as she threatened. But more than that, she was looking at her brother who was being spanked with tears in her eyes. Sure. Give me your big brother Yun first. Let me see how your big brother Yun is going to kill me. Hearing the words big brother Yun from the woman, Linley immediately smiled. At the same time, there was a trace of anticipation in his heart. After not seeing his son for so many years, he wanted to see just how strong his son had become. When the girl saw that her elder brother, who had broken through to the immortal venerable realm, didn't seem to scare him, she felt that this matter was getting more and more troublesome. But she also knew that her elder brother wasn't in her heart at this moment. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a present thirst. Before Lin Yun arrived, they would be dealt with. Cold ice pricker. Suddenly, the cultivation of a Tai true immortal erupted from the girl's body. A terrifying cold chi rushed out of her body. At the same time, icicles as thick as an arm appeared in front of the girl. All the icicles were pointed at Lin Ray. Murderous intent was bursting out, as if she wanted to kill Lin Ray. However, Lin Ray couldn't be more familiar with the cold ice pricker that the girl was using. If he had known earlier, he would have given it to his wife, Luing, back then. Looking at the girl's current cultivation technique and her facial features that were very similar to his wife's, a bad premonition filled his heart. It can't be so coincidental. However, things were always so coincidental. At this moment, a voice that Lin Ray was familiar with sounded. It was filled with anger. Oh, who dares to bully my younger brother and sister in my house? I think you don't want to live anymore. As soon as the voice sounded, the girl who was about to bite the bullet suddenly gave up on attacking. She retracted her cultivation and threw herself into the arms of the person who spoke. Her voice was filled with grievance, but there was a trace of surprise in it as she complained. Elder brother, it's this person. I woke up early this morning and went to... The girl recounted the entire incident to Lin Yun. Of course, at the same time, there were some embellishments. It was unavoidable. Just like that, he fixed my younger brother in the air with a glance and used the thing in his hand to smack my younger brothers. But what? Upon hearing this, Lin Yun was furious. He instantly unleashed his immortal venerable cultivation. At the same time, he used his spiritual energy to move all the onlookers away from the battlefield. How dare you bully the children of my Lin family? I think you don't want to live anymore. Lin Yun's voice was filled with boundless anger. However, Lin Yun hadn't seen the face of the person who started the trouble since he arrived. Ta! Step by step, Lin Yun arrived in front of Linley with his early immortal venerable cultivation base. Suddenly, a familiar and frightening face appeared in front of him. This face startled Lin Yun. Then, he couldn't help but tear up. He also retracted his lesser venerable cultivation. Sigh, it's over now. Isn't this a scam? Not to mention being beaten up. Even if I cripple you, you can't complain. At the thought of this and his arrogant words, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Plop. He didn't say anything else. It was always better to kneel down first. Otherwise, he would be in trouble later. On the other hand, when the girl saw her immortal venerable brother kneel down in front of a stranger, she was shocked and looked at them in puzzlement. As for Lin Ray, he had a faint smile on his face from the beginning to the end. There wasn't any expression of admiration on his face. But this was what scared Lin Yun the most. Father, I didn't know it was you. Moreover, you didn't inform Yin, when you came out of seclusion. You can't blame me, right? Boom. The moment the word father left Lin Yun's mouth, the girl who was fixed in the air heard it. Her mind went blank in an instant, as if she couldn't sense anything around her. She was in a daze. Father, this word had always been in their minds. They had always wanted to see their father, but after such a long time, their father still hadn't appeared. Who would have thought? Chapter 464. Not bad, Yin Air. You're really something. I didn't expect your temper to grow during these years when I wasn't around. SSS. Linley's voice echoed. Lin Yun's body trembled, and he bitterly smiled. At the same time, he was extremely afraid, especially after hearing his father's words. His heart was beating like a drum. Ugh, father, it's not me. Just as he was about to explain, a gust of strong wind arrived in a flash, carrying a huge pressure. Lin Yun couldn't care less. He immediately turned his hand and slapped forward with his early immortal venerable cultivation base. Bang! When the strong wind and the huge palm collided, both of them retreated a few steps. However, Lin Ray was still a peak immortal venerable. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base, his physique wasn't weak. Linley only retreated 2 or 3 steps before coming to a halt. As for Lin Yun, he didn't feel any pain. When his father's attack had collided with his own, in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy had sent him flying back more than 10 steps before he finally came to a halt. What? Lin Yun couldn't bear the sudden phenomenon, but it was also within his expectations. After all, he wasn't a match for Lin Ray. However, it was inevitable for him to be shocked. Moreover, he could feel that his father had used this move while suppressing his cultivation. Thus, Lin Yun couldn't help but admire his father for this. Hey, not bad. Sure enough, your wings have hardened. I didn't expect your cultivation base to reach such a level. Moreover, your Tao foundation is so solid that there's no sign of it floating. Not bad at all. After sensing his son's cultivation level, Linley gradually began to praise him. He didn't expect that in the time he was gone, his son would be able to reach such a level. This was an extremely rare level, but at the same time, he was proud of him. This is all because of my stepmother. If it wasn't for her careful guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't have such strength today, let alone break through to the immortal venerable realm. Looking at the smile on his father's face, Lin Yun heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flattered Lu Ying, even though Lu Ying wasn't around at the moment. Oh, that's right. But just when Lin Yun thought that this matter was over, Lin Ray's cold voice suddenly echoed. Even so, you actually dared to curse your father to die a horrible death? Fuck, you've grown wings. After saying that, he twirled the ruler in his hand, and his body silently disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind Lin Yun. He released his cultivation and directly sealed Lin Yun's cultivation. Then, he whipped Lin Yun's buttocks again and again. Clap, clap, clap. This caused the young man and woman to be extremely shocked in their hearts. The big brother that they'd always regarded as their target had actually been effortlessly suppressed by their father that they'd never met before, and was even beaten up. They were extremely shocked by this. Father, I won't dare to do it again. You please spare me. At this moment, Lin Yun was extremely depressed in his heart. He clearly wanted to act like a Bobby, but he didn't expect that he would end up like this. Seeing his son on the verge of tears, Lin Ray's heart softened. He stopped whipping the ruler in his hand and casually undid the seal on Lin Yun's body. I'll let you off this time. Let's see if you still dare to kneel down. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't give him any more chances. Instead, he turned around and returned the young man to his original body. What are your names? Looking at his son and daughter, Lin Ray didn't know what else to say and casually asked. At this moment, the young woman had already thought of what she wanted to say. When she heard this father that she'd never met before ask, she couldn't wait and said, Faye, Father, my name is Lin Xian. That is my younger brother, Lin Shan. We are twins. Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Ray's heart ached and he didn't know what to say. Looking at the current state of his daughter and son, his heart was filled with regret. He regretted that he wasn't able to accompany them as they grew up happily. Instead, he caused them to lose the role of a father in their lives. I got it. You two, come over quickly. Let me see this pair of precious children of mine. After saying that, Lin Ray, who was originally warning himself not to cry, suddenly burst into tears as he opened his arms and looked at Lin Xian and Lin Shan. Put on, the impatient Lin Xian and Lin Shan instantly rushed into Lin Ray's arms and began their conversation. Lin Yan didn't go up the mountain to disturb them. Instead, he disappeared from the Lin family and went to the spiritual farm at the back of the mountain. At this moment, in the spiritual farm, an extremely beautiful woman dressed in coarse hemp clothes was flipping through the fields. Her appearance was extremely pleasing to the eyes. Little mom, don't bother about it. Father has come out of seclusion. Pada, after hearing Lin Yun's words, the gourd in Lu Ying's hand fell to the ground, and he stood there dumbfounded. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds after hearing this news, Lu Ying didn't react in time. He just stared at Lin Yun with teary eyes. Swish! After being stunned for a few seconds, Lu Ying regained his senses. His body instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the back of the mountain, flying towards the heavenly fortune village. Looking at the empty spiritual farm, Lin Yun laughed bitterly and also disappeared. He came here to find Lu Ying and bring him back. Now that it was done, and he hadn't seen his father for a long time, so, in the blink of an eye, the day turned into night. At this moment, the Lin family was brightly lit and laughter could be heard from time to time. The whole family gathered together and sat at the dining table. The fragrant dishes on the dining table were enough to make one's mouth water. Just looking at them made one's mouth water. All right, after coming out of seclusion, let's leave this place. After 100 years, we'll still be leaving this place. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Ray also knew that he had been in seclusion for over 500 years. Regarding this, Lin Ray was also shocked. What? Hubby, we're leaving? Lu Ying wasn't used to Lin Ray's sudden words. After living a comfortable life for 500 years, Lu Ying had already fallen in love with this place. Knowing that they were leaving now, he suddenly felt a little reluctant and bitter. Not only Lu Ying, but even Lin Xian and Lin Shan, who had lived here since they were born, already saw this place as their home. After hearing this, they were stunned. With regards to everyone's actions, Lin Ray knew what they were thinking. However, he had no choice. If he could truly become the strongest person in the realm of Tao, perhaps he could live an ordinary life. But now he still couldn't. And it's time to leave. This time, after returning to the sect, I have something to announce. After that, looking at them, Lin Ray said with a heavy expression, but he paused at the end. After that, we should leave this place. The illusionary spirits here are no longer suitable for people like us to cultivate. The moment he said this, everyone was stunned. However, Lu Ying wasn't. When she first met Lin Ray, she knew that her husband had already reached the same realm as her. Thus, she wasn't surprised by this sentence. However, Lin Yun and the rest weren't surprised either, especially Lin Xian, and Lin Shan, who had just reunited. They knew what this sentence meant. No one said anything. Everyone tacitly lowered their heads and started eating. However, throughout the entire meal, only Lin Ray was eating very happily. The others were stuffing their chopsticks into their mouths. This meal was very difficult, as though everyone didn't want it to end. However, Lin Ray wasn't the same. He finished his meal very quickly. Looking at everyone's expressions, Lin Ray couldn't help but smile bitterly. All right, even if I leave, we will still be able to meet again in the future. Besides, Yin Er, you're already an early immortal venerable. I believe it won't be long before you break through to the peak of late immortal venerable. At that time, we will naturally be able to reunite in the divine world. After saying that, Lin Ray quickly said to Lin Xian and Lin Shan, as for the rest of you, as long as you work hard, I believe that you will be able to ascend to the divine world in less than 1,000 years. At that time, we will be able to live together. Moreover, no one in the immortal world will dare to touch the position of the Xuanzong sect. Here, you will be able to live a happy life and won't be in danger. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lu Ying, who was at the side, agreed with Lin Ray's words and said, "That's right. Your father is right. You must cultivate well here. We will be waiting for you in the divine world." After saying that, without waiting for their reply, he stood up and pulled Lin Ray into the room. In the room, the moment Lu Ying entered the room, he threw himself into Lin Ray's arms and cried. Lin Ray had already prepared himself for this scene. "Oh, you bastard. Do you know how I've spent the past 500 years? Look at you, we just got married and you have to go into seclusion. Do you know how much I miss you?" Lu Ying cried and complained at the same time, pounding Lin Ray's chest nonstop. This scene caused Lin Ray's heart to ache, and he almost burst into tears. All right. Don't cry. Lin Ray originally wanted to comfort Lu Ying, but he didn't expect that his words would cause Lu Ying to cry even harder, to the point that Lin Ray felt a headache coming on. Bastard. Oh, he spent the entire night being called a bastard. He cried nonstop, complained nonstop. He spent the entire night talking about his 500 years of sufferings, tormenting Linley to the point where he couldn't even begin to describe it. He wanted to resist, but he felt that he owed Lu Ying and was afraid of hurting her. Thus, he could only swallow his anger and endure the humiliation, enduring Lu Ying's complaints and nagging. Chapter 465. Perhaps she was tired from crying, or perhaps there were other reasons. But it wasn't until the morning sun shone on the two of them that Lu Ying finally relaxed. Her body relaxed, and she fell asleep in Lin Ray's arms. Looking at his wife in his arms, Lin Ray's heart was filled with guilt. At this moment, he swore that he would never be like before, only feeling regret and realizing the importance of the other party after losing her. Go to sleep. When you're done sleeping, we'll be back at the sect. Looking at his wife in his arms, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with tenderness. In an instant, a bit of immortal spiritual energy entered Lu Ying's body. Then, Lu Ying fell into a deep sleep. "It's been hard on you. It won't happen again." Lin Ray couldn't help but sigh. He gently placed his wife in his arms on the bed, then covered her with a blanket and walked out. When he arrived at the main hall, Lin Ray released his divine sense to investigate. In the end, he realized that in the entire Lin family, there was only him and his wife. Everyone else had disappeared. Brat, at least you still remember what I said." Saying that, Lin Ray's face lit up. Then, he remembered where his 3 children were. He walked out of the house and walked towards the spirit field in the back mountain without using any of his cultivation. The scenery along the way was pleasant. Lin Ray, who had lived in darkness for 500 years, was deeply moved when he saw this scene. As expected, the higher my cultivation, the more I see things in the entire immortal realm. In the past, I could only see the surrounding spiritual energy, but now I can see traces of the great Tao. Looking at the energy in the natural environment, Lin Ray couldn't help but be moved by all the changes. Along the way, Lin Ray really enjoyed this kind of life. He was even a little intoxicated by it. However, he knew that this kind of life would end very soon. All right, when you reach the peak of the Tao, you could do whatever you want. No one will care about you. When that time comes, we'll live this kind of rural life together. Suddenly, the little dragon's voice was heard. Then, the figure of a young man appeared beside Lin Ray. However, the two of them had completely different auras. Lin Rei belonged to the noble and domineering kind, giving people a feeling of being high and mighty like a god. As for Xiaolong, his body was hazy and indistinct, giving off an unfathomable aura. However, by Lin Li's side, he seemed very harmonious, giving off a warm and gentle aura. Ah, good. When the time comes, I'll help you create a physical body and find a wife for you to give birth to a bunch of children. Then, you'll marry a few of my family members. After that, you'll have to guide them more in the future. As soon as he said this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Their laughter was very carefree and carefree. All right, but it's useless to think about it now. When we get to the spiritual field, pick all the spiritual herbs on it. If you want that piece of spiritual field, you can transplant it into the system and put it in the storage first. Who knows, there might be a chance to activate the spiritual field function in the future. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei's smile grew even wider. He nodded his head in understanding and hastened his steps towards the spiritual field. Big Brother Yin, do you think Father is really going to leave this place? At this moment, in the spiritual field, Lin Xian looked at Lin Yun and asked, her voice filled with reluctance. That's right, Big Brother Yin. You're the eldest brother. You should know Father's character. Tell me, will Father really leave? Lin Yun, who was currently picking spiritual herbs, was stunned when he heard his younger brother and sister's question. However, he recovered quickly and said to his younger brother and sister with a serious expression, in the future, just call me second brother. You guys might not know, but the one Father relies on the most is Big Brother Jin In. Speaking of this, Lin Yun's expression was filled with sorrow. He liked Jin In very much, and Jin In also loved and cared for him. Therefore, he respected Jin In very much. Big Brother? Then where is he? Why have we never seen him and never heard you guys mention him? Hearing their brother's words, Lin Xian and Lin Shan looked at Lin Yun with puzzlement. Big Brother. Big Brother is dead. He died in that battle. Auntie is also dead. As he spoke, Lin Yun couldn't help but burst into tears. The sorrow in his eyes was exposed without any concealment. Big Brother and Annie are all heroes. Their contributions to the sect are extremely great. Therefore, in the future, you guys must respect them. Do you understand? As he spoke, Lin Yun closed his mouth and didn't say anything else. Instead, he focused on his work seriously. The three people working in the spiritual field didn't know that when they were talking about Jin In and Jin Ling, Lin Rei had already silently arrived at the spiritual field. After hearing their conversation, Lin Rei valued his son even more. At the same time, Lin Rei's heart ached for Jin In and Jin Ling. The sorrow in his heart caused him to freeze on the spot, unable to move. Sigh. It seems like Jin In and Jin Ling are indeed a thorn in your heart. However, you can rest assured that as long as you ascend to the divine realm and cultivate to the level where you can enter the ghost realm, you'll be able to find your wife and children's souls. When the time comes, you can use your cultivation to revive them. I won't lie to you about this. All right. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and get to work. It's time to hand over some things and leave. As for the little dragon's words, Lin Rei only treated it as a casual remark. As for the matter of reviving his wife and children, Lin Rei no longer held any hope. However, he still wanted to give the little dragon's suggestion a try. After saying that, Lin Li sorted out his emotions and walked into the spiritual field, arriving in front of Lin Yun and the other two. Similarly, the moment Lin Rei entered the spiritual field, the three of them sensed someone approaching. When they saw that it was their father, the three of them instantly stood together, looking extremely nervous. Ha! All right, don't be nervous. Looking at the expressions of his three sons, Lin Rei really wanted to laugh. I'm here to tell you to hurry up and pack up the things in the house. Take whatever you want with you and leave whatever you don't want with you. We'll be leaving in a while. So fast. Hearing their father's words, the three of them exclaimed. Yesterday, they were still discussing this matter. They didn't expect that they would have to leave today. This made them leave the place where they had lived for 500 years. They were really reluctant to part with it. Father, can we live like this for a while longer? So that we can, all right, siempre, don't add to the trouble. Since father has decided, then as children, we will obey. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was beside him, heard his half-sister's words. He didn't wait for her to finish her sentence and quickly stopped her. Lin Xian, who still wanted to say something, saw her brother's expression and stopped. Then, she obediently shut her mouth and no longer spoke. Looking at the appearance of the three of them, Lin Rei didn't say anything and allowed them to leave the spiritual field. Then, father, the three of us will go back and pack our things first. Seeing that his father had already made up his mind, Lin Yun brought Lin Xian and Little Dragon away from the back mountain. Lin Rei didn't bother about the departure of the three of them. With a bang, his peak immortal venerable cultivation base burst forth and a terrifying force was released. Pooh! 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 At this moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. All the spiritual fruits and herbs in the spiritual field exploded the instant Lin Rei released his cultivation base. The spiritual energy from the spiritual fruits dissipated in the entire immortal world, becoming a part of the immortal world. The appearance of a strange phenomenon frightened Lin Rei so much that he quickly retracted his cultivation base. Looking at the spiritual fruits and herbs that had already disappeared, Lin Rei's heart ached. When the little dragon saw this scene, a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. As he laughed, he said, "Ha, you deserve it. You deserve it for acting tough." Looking at the little dragon's gloating face, Lin Rei was speechless. With regards to the little dragon's actions, Lin Rei was already used to it. All right, stop talking nonsense. Quickly keep these spiritual herbs. I don't want to waste them. You know that even if I don't need them, they're still a very powerful resource for the sect. The little dragon chose to acquiesce to Lin Rei's words. Without waiting for Lin Rei's reply, the little dragon raised one of his hands and pointed it at Pang Long. A suction force from the spiritual field was released from the little dragon's hand. What the F***CK? As soon as this energy appeared, Lin Rei was stunned. Facing this energy, Lin Rei felt his heart palpitating. Little dragon, just you wait. How can you not tell me that you have such a powerful energy? Let's see how you explain it later. Looking at the little dragon who was collecting the spiritual herbs for him, Lin Rei didn't say anything. Instead, he watched this scene quietly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the suction force was generated. Instantly, the spiritual herbs within a radius of dozens of acres seemed to have come alive and gathered toward the little dragon's hand involuntarily. Besides, what surprised Lin Rei was that the instant they entered the little dragon's hand, they were differentiated according to their different medicinal properties. Damn, this technique is simply amazing. No, I must get my hands on it. Lin Rei sensed that this technique was a special technique. Besides, this technique could only be used when he was refining pills and could also save a lot of trouble. Time passed little by little. The dozens of acres of spiritual herbs began to slowly disappear. Finally, after half an hour, there was not a single spiritual herb left in the entire spiritual field. All of them were collected by the little dragon into the system. Oh my, it's finally done. If it's still not done, I really won't be able to take it. After the matter was settled, the cultivation instantly disappeared. Suddenly, the little dragon bent over and complained to Lin Rei in a very tired manner. Seeing this scene, Lin Rei wanted to go forward and comfort it, but before he could reach it, he was interrupted by the little dragon's words. I can't take it anymore. Just now, I used too much of my soul force. I have to go back and rest. I'll leave this place to you. I won't come out in a short period of time. As for the matter of going back to the Sky Xian realm, I've already discussed it with the system. He said that this time, it'll be a free gift to you. The decryption of the teleportation array has already been placed in the system. This time, there are 2 chances. You only need to go back and forth once. In an instant, the little dragon disappeared on the spot, causing Lin Rei to be completely confused. He still hadn't figured out the whole story, and he didn't see the little dragon again. Damn! Looking at the place where the little dragon disappeared, Lin Ray couldn't help but stop thinking about it. Sky-raising palm break. A gust of wind howled, and an unbelievably huge palm appeared in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it sank into the ground. Then, all the spiritual fields were dragged up by this huge palm. Ha ha! Looking at the dozens of mu of spiritual fields in front of him, Lin Ray couldn't help but laugh heartily. Then, with a thought, he instantly stored the dozens of mu of spiritual fields into the system. Phew, the matter was done. Even a venerable immortal would have a headache dealing with this kind of matter. But fortunately, the matter was perfectly resolved. After finishing, Lin Ray looked at the familiar scenery that made him somewhat reluctant to part with it. After sighing with emotion for a while, he teleported and disappeared on the spot. As for the matter at the back of the mountain, the surrounding villages all felt it. Moving dozens of mu of land was something that even a venerable immortal like Lin Ray couldn't do quietly. Therefore, at this moment, the people of the surrounding villages all rushed to the spiritual fields. Of course, the Heavenly Blessing Village was also included. Along the way, looking at the villagers rushing to the spiritual fields, Lin Ray's eyes produced a sense of guilt. However, it disappeared in an instant. At this moment, in the Lin family, after hearing Lin Ray's instructions, Lin Yun returned home to pack up. Basically, everything in the house was packed up by Lin Ray, including the bowls that they had been eating from. Apart from the house, there was nothing left. Jia, the sound that no one wanted to hear was heard. Everyone's gaze shifted to the door, only to see Lin Ray's figure appear. Very good. Lin Ray entered the room. His 3 sons were very nimble. Then, he smiled and walked into the room. When he came out again, Lu Ying was in Lin Ray's arms. However, Lu Ying was still in a deep sleep and seemed to be sleeping very peacefully. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun and the other 2 tactfully didn't disturb them. Instead, they waited for Lin Ray's orders. Let's go. There's no need to return to this place in the future. After saying this, Lin Ray looked at the house with reluctance before walking out of the door. He flew through the air and disappeared from the Heavenly Blessing Village, the place where he had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. As for Lin Xian, and Lin Shan, they also had deep feelings for this place. After all, this was the place where they were born. However, compared to their father, this place wasn't worth a single cent seeing their father leave. Lin Yun and the other 2 swept a glance at the home where they had been born for 100 years before following Lin Ray, without turning back. The group flew towards the sky of the eastern central region. They didn't stop at all as they transformed into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 466. In the central region of the eastern region of the immortal world, above the entrance of the Sky Vault Mountain, a few streaks of light shot over from afar before finally stopping at the entrance. Wah! Suddenly, one of the 4 people who had appeared was a woman. When she saw the scene in front of her, her face was already filled with shock, causing the people beside her to laugh. Little sister, don't be so surprised. This is where we will be staying in the future. Also, let me tell you, this place was created by Father alone. At this moment, the slightly older young man spoke to the girl before turning to the man who was carrying a peerless beauty behind him. His tone was extremely respectful. Father, we are... Mitchell, let's go in. After we enter, inform all the upper echelons of the Xuanzong Sect to gather at the main hall of the Sky Vault. Tell them that I have something to tell them. The man gestured to Lin Ray, and the woman in his arms was naturally his unconscious wife, Lu Ying. It took them half a month to return here, and this was only with his sons. If it were him, he would have been able to return here in less than a day. Oh, got it. Hearing his father's words, Lin Ray hurriedly nodded his head and was about to take out his token to activate the formation. But before he could do anything, Lin Ray, who was carrying Lu Ying, raised his left hand and a mysterious talisman instantly appeared in his hand. Open. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand instantly flew towards an empty space in front of him. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. Miraculously, the talisman stopped after flying a short distance ahead, as though it was blocked by something. After which, the talisman disappeared into nothingness, followed by a series of rumbling sounds. Kacha! 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 The sound of a door opening rang out in everyone's ears. Lin Xian, and Lin Shan, who were at the side, curiously turned their heads towards the source of the sound. At this moment, 10 meters ahead of them, a door that they had never seen before appeared. Not only that, it was extremely simple and unadorned, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes of life. A faint pressure instantly entered their bodies, as if it was probing for something. However, after a while, the pressure disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The door slowly opened as the scene within appeared before the eyes of everyone. Celestial music drifted in, giving off a hazy feeling, causing Lin Xian's heart to be filled with curiosity. Greetings, Sect Master. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. 2 middle-aged men dressed in white silently appeared at the door. They faced Lin Rei with eyes full of respect. However, they hesitated because Lin Rei had stipulated that they didn't need to kowtow to him. Therefore, the 2 disciples bowed slightly. Well, you guys are not bad, but you still need to be more vigilant. Seeing the 2 newcomers, Lin Rei revealed a gratified expression. Next, he pulled out a bottle of medicinal pills capable of increasing cultivation from a storage ring and tossed it towards the 2 gatekeeping disciples. These 2 bottles of medicinal pills are used to increase your cultivation. Right now, the 2 of you should be at the high immortal realm, right? If you have nothing to do, cultivate more and strive to break through to the immortal emperor realm as soon as possible, becoming the cornerstones of the sect. With regards to medicinal pills, the 2 of them were extremely fond of them. Let alone these medicinal pills that could increase their cultivation. They were extremely beneficial to their cultivation. After which, the 2 of them received the medicinal pills and clutched them tightly in their palms. They hurriedly thanked Lin Rei. Many thanks for Sect Master's generosity. We will definitely cultivate diligently and not let down Sect Master's nurturing. After speaking, the 2 of them retreated, opening up a path for Lin Rei and the others. And with regard to the scene earlier, Lin Xian, and Lin Shan, who had always lived in a mountain village, were incomparably stunned. This was especially so when they saw the reverence in the eyes of these experts when they saw their father. At this moment, their respect for their father grew even more. Let's go. After speaking to everyone, Lin Rei didn't take the medicinal pills. Instead, he directly activated his cultivation and enveloped the 3 of them with immortal chi. In an instant, they disappeared from the entrance. It seems like Sect Master's cultivation has reached its peak after leaving this time. We are truly unable to catch up to him. Forget about it. We are already extremely fortunate to be able to become disciples of the Xuanzong sect. So, don't bite off more than you can chew. What we should do is to do our job well and dedicate our lives to the sect. This is what we should do. After Lin Rei left, the 2 guards couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they sensed Lin Rei's cultivation. And the news of Lin Rei's return spread like wildfire in the entire Xuanzong sect. Regardless of whether they were patrolling or simply cultivating in the Heaven's Vault mountain range. The moment they received news of Lin Rei's return, they immediately stopped all their activities and flew towards the Tianqian Hall. Not only the disciples, even Bing, Lin Wanyu, Jin Feng, and the other higher-ups rushed to the Tianqian Hall as soon as they received news of Lin Rei's return. Among them, the happiest one was Dong Xiao, the male emperor. At this moment, he was a real male emperor, genuine and genuine. I finally don't have to manage the sect anymore. I can finally be free. At this moment, if Lin Rei knew of the thoughts of the male emperor, he would definitely laugh his head off. However, Lin Rei didn't know that. The Xuanzong sect, which had always been quiet, was completely lively at this moment. Usually, not to mention recognition, it was hard to even see a bird in the sect. But today, everyone had appeared, and they were all flying towards the best palace in the sky. Huh. Lin Ray had long since noticed this scene. He also knew that the news of his return had already spread in the Xuanzong sect. Moreover, Lin Ray also knew that the Xuanzong sect's Tianqian Hall was already packed with people. Yinner, you don't need to inform them in a while. They are already here. Stand beside me in a while. I have something to announce. The sudden words made him a little puzzled, but he still nodded in agreement. They were very fast. Before long, Lin Ray led them to the Tianqian Hall. At this moment, the scene in the Tianqian Hall was somewhat different from what Lin Ray had perceived, because the Tianqian Hall was very lively at this moment. We, the disciples of the Xuanzong sect, pay our respects to the sect master. I, Jian Feng, the head of the law enforcement department, pay my respects to the sect master. The moment they landed in the Tianqian Hall, a group of people flocked to his side and began to report the names of their departments. Seeing this scene, Lin Ray felt his hair stand on end. Just the registration alone took half a day. Lin Li hurriedly stopped the people behind and said to them, "Good, good, good. You all have done very well. I am very satisfied with your training during this period of time." In an instant, the entire Tianqian Hall quieted down. It was so quiet that it felt strange. This sovereign came back today to see you all. Secondly, I have something important to tell everyone. After saying this, Lin Ray's gaze swept over the tens of thousands of disciples, the heads of his departments, and the Empress, who had been acting as the sect master all this time. Everyone stared at Lin Ray, not daring to blink for a moment. They also didn't dare to show any signs of displeasure. All of them listened attentively to Lin Ray's speech. This sovereign has been in seclusion for 500 years. Finally, the heavens don't disappoint those who are willing. After 500 years of seclusion, this sovereign has finally broken through to the peak of the immortal venerable realm. Ascension is imminent. So before I leave, I want to appoint the next sect master. From now on, all of you must obey the orders of the next sect master. What? The sect master is abdicating? Ascension? Divine world? How can this be? In an instant, all the problems were solved the moment Lin Ray finished his speech. The people below no longer chose to remain silent. Everyone was stunned and doubtful. Humph, I haven't seen you all for 500 years. It seems like you all have forgotten the rules. I haven't finished my speech, and you all have already started to discuss among yourselves. Do you all really think you're so capable? Looking at their current appearance, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with disappointment. Although each of them could become an expert of a region if their cultivation base was improved, if they didn't have discipline, they would be nothing more than a disgusting expert. Sooner or later, they would be killed by someone. A cold snort instantly entered the ears of all the cultivators. In an instant, the noisy crowd quieted down. Their foreheads were filled with cold sweat as if they were terrified. "We know our mistake. Please forgive us, sect master." Everyone lowered their heads and bowed to Lin Li in apology. Seeing them like this, Lin Li didn't say anything else. Instead, he chose to leave. And so, since he was going to leave, then he would leave the matters of this place to the people who should be managing it. And all of you are the elders who have followed me to conquer this sect. Therefore, I believe that all of you will be able to assist the new sect master well. He looked at the crowd and changed his tone. He pulled Lin Yin to the front and pointed at him, saying to the tens of thousands of people of the Xuanzong sect, "He is my son. Although he hasn't been in the sect for a long time, he is absolutely qualified to lead the sect that I founded. Moreover, he has the ability to do so." Having said that, Lin Ray glanced at Lin Yun, who was standing in front of him. Lin Yun didn't disappoint him. He understood what was going on with just one glance. Boom! A huge pressure instantly rushed towards the tens of thousands of disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Pooh! The pressure of an early immortal venerable wasn't something that immortal monarchs and immortal sovereigns could withstand. Although immortal sovereigns were still fine, immortal monarchs were finished. The moment they felt the terrifying pressure, a mouthful of blood spurted out from their mouths. Their faces instantly turned pale. This incident happened so suddenly that no one was aware of it. They weren't mentally prepared, let alone physically prepared. Therefore, injuries were inevitable. Chapter 467. All right, you can keep it now. Lin Ray hastily stopped them after seeing that the deterrence was effective, but he couldn't overdo it. Of course, Lin Yun understood his father's intention. Therefore, the moment he received Lin Ray's order, he withdrew his early immortal venerable cultivation base back into his body. Oh! In an instant, the moment the pressure disappeared, everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat. At the same time, the disdain in their eyes had been replaced by respect. Remember, Lin Yin will be the sect master of the Xuanzong sect in the future. His orders will be the best orders. All of you just need to do your best to assist Yin Er. If any of you can break through the immortal venerable realm, or even ascend to the divine realm, that will naturally be the best. Having said that, Lin Ray's eyes glinted with expectation. How pitiful. He was so optimistic about their chances of ascending to the divine realm. Of course, the most important problem was their own efforts. Without their efforts, even if Lin Ray was looking forward to it, it would still be useless in the end. Plop, plop. Suddenly, tens of thousands of disciples knelt on the ground and looked at Lin Ray with excitement. They said in a loud and respectful voice, "Yes, we will definitely ascend to the divine realm." Their voices resounded through the clouds. Everyone was determined to ascend to the divine realm. Looking at their expressions, Lin Ray felt gratified from the bottom of his heart. And I believe in all of you because all of you were brought up by me, Lin Ray. You are the strongest. You are the future rulers of this world. His words hit the nail on everyone's head. Instantly, all of them raised their left hand and roared passionately. We will follow the sect master to conquer the world and let the name of the Xuanzong sect appear in all the worlds. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. Their laughter was carefree and unrestrained. They laughed as if they were the only ones in the world. All right, you guys can handle the inheritance ceremony yourselves. I still have things to do, so I won't be here. After saying this, Lin Ray wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he yelled into the air, "Blood One, 36, you'll follow me into the divine realm and roam the divine realm proudly. Are you willing?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. 36 moonlights streaked across the sky and appeared in front of Lin Ray. They were unwilling to come out and knelt in front of Lin Ray. The 36 of us pledged our lives to follow Sect Master to the divine world. His tone was extremely firm, to the point that everyone felt that if Lin Ray asked them to commit suicide right now, they would not hesitate at all. Ah, good, good, good. After this matter is over, follow me and leave this place. As he spoke, Lin Ray waved his hand for everyone to stand up. Then, he retreated to the side and looked at his 5 disciples. Looking at them, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with doting love. "Come forward, Master." As soon as Lin Ray finished speaking, the 5 of them walked up to Lin Ray and knelt on the ground, respectfully greeting Lin Ray. The 5 of you did not disappoint Master's expectations of you. To be able to break through to the Dan Immortal Emperor realm in such a short time is truly not easy. When he spoke up to hear, Linley couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When all of you took me as your master, you were still children that hadn't grown up. I never imagined that all of you would be so slender and elegant now. Master feels gratified for all of you. As he spoke, Lin Ray's eyes couldn't help but moisten. At the same time, his mind flashed back to when he first met them. Lin Wanyu and the Xian Yuan siblings were the most pitiful. They were children without parents. If they hadn't met him, they would have been long gone by now. Master, looking at Lin Ray's strange state, Lin Wanyu's eyes couldn't stop the tears from flowing down. Then, without caring about etiquette, she stood up and came to Lin Ray's side. She hugged Lin Rei and began to sob and cry. Once they started, they couldn't stop. One by one, they hugged Linley, and all 5 of them hung onto Linley's body. This scene made everyone's heart ache. Fortunately, they were mentally appraised. Otherwise, they would have cried out by now. Master is about to leave, but I'm worried about you the most. Are you willing to leave with Master and go to the immortal world? At this time, Lin Rei quickly calmed down and said all the words he wanted to say. However, Lin Rei's implementation of the policy. So, in the end, he still asked for their opinion. If they didn't want to leave, Lin Rei wouldn't force them. However, Lin Rei simply didn't know that at this time, the hearts of Lin Wanyu and the other 5 disciples were in a perilous situation. They originally thought that this time, it was impossible for them to go to the immortal world. They didn't expect that the situation would change. This made their hearts tremble. However, Lin Rei, who didn't know the truth, saw their appearance and thought that they didn't want to leave. Then, he sighed and said, "Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay here. I won't force you. You are free. Besides, the immortal world is so dangerous, I don't want you to suffer." Looking at the 5 disciples who were in a daze, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with doubt. After a while, the 5 people who were in a daze finally reacted. Each one of them was excited, and their eyes were filled with passion as they looked at their master. Go, of course we'll go. That's the immortal world. Over there, we can quickly break through the immortal venerable realm and reach the immortal realm. After hearing their answer, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile. At the same time, the 5 of them began to think about the immortal world. All right, stand to the side. Lin Rei could only do this for them. Then, he turned his gaze to the male emperor and Lin Tian. Male Empress, I will fulfill my promise to you. When we leave this time, you will come with me to Tianxian continent and bring your parents here. I believe that if they cultivate here, their lifespans will be even longer. Many thanks, Brother Lei. The male emperor didn't expect Lin Rei to treat this matter so seriously. Because of this, the male emperor became even more loyal to Lin Rei. It's nothing. This is what I promised you back then. If I can't even do this, how can I be worthy of being your Brother Lei? Besides, you're the elder of the Xuanzong sect. Just based on this, I have to bring my parents here. After saying that, Lin Rei turned his gaze to Lin Tian, the brother he had met in the Xingwu realm. Lin Rei didn't know what to say to Lin Tian. When he thought of what Lin Tian had done him back then, Lin Rei couldn't help but want to protect him. Little Tian, you're an expert now. Now you have 2 choices. Looking at Lin Rei didn't force him. Instead, he let him choose his own path. First, you leave this place with me and go to the realm of the gods. Second, you stay here and become the 2nd elder of the Xuanzong sect. You'll be in charge of a powerful force. As soon as he said that, Lin Tian's expression changed. At this moment, Lin Wanyu hurriedly signaled to Lin Tian with her eyes. It was as if she was saying, "Uncle Tian, hurry up and promise Master to go to the realm of the gods with us." Linley knew exactly what Lin Wanyu was doing behind him. He also knew that Lin Tian was on extremely good terms with her, to the point where he was like a father to his daughter. Young Master, I've already said this before. Wherever you go, I'll be there. Furthermore, I haven't become as strong as young Master, so how can I leave young Master and live a comfortable life alone? In fact, Lin Rei already knew the answer, but he felt more at ease when he said it. Good. This time, all of you will leave with me, including Bing Ming Tian Yun. Wait, all of you will come with me. As for the vacant department head position, I'll leave it to you. But you must be fair and just. It doesn't matter if you have a powerful backer or not. In this place, all capable people must take up the responsibility. Yes, young Master. Yes, Father. Lin Yun was a little reluctant to see them leave, but he had no other choice. He knew that they were his father's brothers and disciples, and any one of them was older than him. All right. I'll leave Xian, and Shan in your care from now on. Kuei Gang will be yours. He'll be one of the sect's elders from now on. He won't appear unless the sect is in a life and death situation. Before leaving, Lin Ray couldn't possibly take all the experts with him. If he did, then the sect in the realm of the gods would be in imminent danger. Yes, father. I understand. Finally, Lin Yun revealed a happy smile after hearing his father's words. He knew about Kuei Gang. Kuei Gang was an immortal venerable expert. Moreover, he was an immortal venerable himself. Who else in the realm of the gods had such an ability? All right, you can all disperse now. After the matter was settled, Lin Ray waved his hand to the crowd and dismissed them. When the crowd dispersed, only those who were named by Lin Ray were left in the Heavenly Star Palace, including Lin Yun. They all looked at Lin Ray curiously, making Lin Ray feel like an animal in a zoo. It was very uncomfortable to be stared at like that. All right. Stop looking. I asked you to stay because we'll be leaving soon. Get ready. As for you, Yin I don't have anything to give you before I leave. After saying that, Lin Ray took out the Cloud Pagoda from the system. At the same time, the consciousness in the Cloud Pagoda was erased by Lin Ray. Yin this is the Cloud Pagoda. You should know its function. Father's consciousness is no longer in the Cloud Pagoda. You can use it as long as you refine it. Chapter 468. Thank you, Father. How could Lin Yun not want such a treasure? Moreover, he knew that there were countless treasures in his father's phone. The moment he received the Cloud Pagoda, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Seeing his son's actions, Lin Ray smiled and ignored him. All of you protect Yin here. Before he wakes up, remember not to let anyone disturb him. When he wakes up, give this jade slip to him. Tell him that this is the last thing I want to give him. I hope he can break through to the divine realm as soon as possible. He waved his hand towards the sky, and immediately a black-robed Black Ops member appeared in front of Linley. Yes, this subordinate obeys. The Dark Department member carefully took the jade slip from Lin Ray's hand and went to Lin Yun's side. He released his cultivation and began to protect Lin Yun. Seeing his school flourish, seeing his son accomplish such feats, seeing the school he had single-handedly created become one of the major powers of the immortal realm, Linley felt very satisfied. So, let's go. Relax yourselves. I'll send you to a place in a while. After that, try not to enter the area with the gray spiritual energy. Try your best to stay around it. That spiritual energy is not something you can absorb. Everything had been settled. Although Lin Ray was still reluctant to leave, there was no one here who could oppose him. Therefore, it was time to leave. Yes, we understand. Hearing Linley's words, everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement, and then relaxed their grip. In that instant, everyone felt their vision blur, and when they opened their eyes again, everything in front of them had changed. The grayish spiritual energy was in the air in front of them, and it was everywhere around them. The moment they saw the grayish spiritual energy, everyone felt the space suddenly become heavy, and there was a faint, terrifying pressure pressing down on them from time to time. What's going on? The spiritual energy here is so strong. It can release spiritual energy on its own. This is the first time I've seen spiritual energy. At this moment, everyone was shocked. They were shocked by the high-level spiritual energy and the spiritual energy that could release spiritual energy. All right, all of you remember what I said. Don't go near the spiritual chi, or else you won't even know how you died. As the owner of the system, how could Lin Ray not know about the situation in the system? Although he had reminded them before, Lin Ray reminded them again because there was more than just chaotic energy here. Among them, there were two unfathomable experts who struck fear into his heart. Yes, we will obey your orders. Lin Ray's voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone's bodies to quickly recover. They immediately sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Looking at Lin Ray, who had already entered seclusion, Lin Ray withdrew his consciousness from his system. At this moment, in the entire Tianshan Palace, apart from the person sitting on the ground refining the Cloud Pagoda and the person guarding him, there was only him and his younger brother, Lin Tian. Let's go. We'll settle the matter in the lower realm, and then we can truly leave. There's nothing left for us to do in the mortal world. The great Tao is heartless, but cultivators can't be heartless. After speaking to the two, Lin Ray took out the teleportation array from the system and threw it on the ground. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! A black vortex appeared on the ground. The moment the vortex appeared, the entire Tiantian Palace began to tremble violently. Lin Ray vaguely felt that the Tiantian Palace couldn't withstand the energy of the vortex and was about to collapse. This made him very surprised. No, we can't stay here for long. The two of you follow behind me. Don't panic. Remember to use your cultivation along the way. Otherwise, I don't know what to do. After instructing the two of them, Linley took a single step forward, leaping into the black vortex and disappearing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Lin Ray disappeared, two figures entered the black vortex. When the person guarding Lin Yin saw this, his eyes were filled with shock. However, he didn't move in the slightest and continued to guard Lin Yin. As for the black vortex, in the instant that Linley's group of three entered, the black vortex automatically closed. At the same time, the trembling of the heavenly palace disappeared, but at the place where the vortex had appeared, a crack appeared. If Linley was present, he would definitely be stupefied. It must be understood that this was a deity-level artifact, but it had been so easily destroyed by a single whirlpool. If Lin Ray saw this, he would be very distressed. Since then, the entire immortal realm returned to peace. No one dared to mention Lin Ray's name. They all knew that Lin Ray was the previous sect master of the Xuanzong sect, and were very curious about the new sect master. In the eastern part of the profound sky continent, the central area of the forest mountain range was originally a place where demonic beasts roared continuously. However, at this moment, a strange scene appeared. All the demonic beasts submitted and crawled on the ground. They were at a loss and looked up at the sky with fear. It was as if there was something up there that made them feel like death. Boom! Suddenly, a black whirlpool appeared in the sky without a sound. The pressure then spread out in all directions with this whirlpool as the center. Whoosh, whoosh! The vortex opened and two figures rushed out in a sorry state. The beautiful woman fell to the ground without any warning and had an intimate contact with the ground. Ouch, what's going on? A young man hurriedly got up from the ground and looked angry. There was something similar to demonic beast feces on his face. The strange smell was so strong that the young man couldn't stand it. When the other young man saw this scene, he immediately got up from the ground. He pinched his nose and frowned. He took 2 steps to the side, as if he wanted to distance himself from the other young man. Damn, the young man also felt something strange. He touched his face and sniffed. Instantly, his eyes rolled back and he lay on the ground. His legs began to twitch. Ha ha! When the other young man saw this scene, he seemed to be very happy. He laughed heartily and didn't have the slightest intention to hide it. Whoosh! All of a sudden, another figure rushed out of the vortex. But this time, the person didn't land on the ground. Instead, he made a 360-degree rotation in the air and stepped into the void as if he was walking on flat ground. At the same time, the black vortex in the sky closed up the moment the man appeared and disappeared without a trace. Who? The man stepped into the void and looked at the familiar surroundings. Then, he took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Ha! Sun Tian, I, Lin Ray, am finally back. I didn't expect us to be so fated. Back then, I was chased to death by those little bastards. If it wasn't for Hong, all of a sudden, a gorgeous figure that he yearned for appeared in his mind. Then, the man stopped his imagination and shifted his gaze to the man lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Lin Ray looked at him curiously and wanted to get closer. But as soon as he got closer, a pungent stench filled his nose. In an instant, Lin Ray came to a halt and retreated quickly with a look of disdain. Ha ha ha! Even young master despises you. What's this? You're so lucky. Ha ha! At this moment, the young men who followed Lin Ray back saw Lin Ray's appearance and started mocking the man lying on the ground. You, seeing that everyone was behaving in such a manner, the male emperor stood up from the ground and looked at Lin Tian with a deflated expression. He was about to say a single word, but was unable to say anything else. Fine, just you wait. See how I'll deal with you later. Having said that, the man flipped his hand, and a dazzling magical equipment appeared in his hand. Then, he formed a seal, and the equipment in his hand turned into a ray of golden light that disappeared from his hand. At the same time, the originally filthy male emperor instantly became bright and beautiful. The clothes that were previously in his hands still appeared on the male emperor's body. The embarrassing look from before disappeared in an instant. He became so noble that no one could catch up to him. Haha. All right, stop fooling around. Don't forget why we came back here. Don't waste time because of such a small matter. Looking at the two of them laughing mischievously, Lin Ray didn't say anything else and walked out of the forest alone. Although he hadn't returned for 100 years, according to his memory, a lot of changes had taken place here. Basically, the previous path had become either a cliff or a river. Along the way, all the beasts that saw Lin Ray prostrated themselves on the ground and didn't dare to act rashly. Even though their eyes were filled with resentment and they wanted to tear Lin Ray and the others apart, they didn't dare to do so. During this period of time, Linley's spiritual sense enveloped the entire forest mountain range. He discovered that there were several severely injured body integration stage demon beasts in the mountain range, and their vitality was slowly fading away. There was no hope for them to recover at all. The death aura emitted from their bodies made Lin Ray even more puzzled. One had to know that the lifespan of a monster was extremely long. Moreover, Lin Ray was a powerful being in the combination stage, so his lifespan was even longer. What's going on? Did something happen here? Why are combination stage powerhouses so severely injured? In this place where only those in the Mahayana realm can break through, it's really not easy for them to do this. Lin Ray didn't see how pitiful they were and went up to save them. This was the law of the world. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Chapter 469. Be careful later. Something terrible might have happened in Forest Sky. Many of the overlords here have been killed, and some of the merged demonic beasts are seriously injured. Regarding such a matter, Linley had no choice but to warn them. Although their cultivation bases were still below the immortal plane and there were no forces that could threaten them, they had to be careful. This was something that Linley had always believed in. Furthermore, no matter where Linley was, there would always be a certain factor that would cause him to be unable to resolve something. Even if it was the following, he would still face it with caution. At the same time, he would never underestimate anyone, because once he did, he would not be far from death. Okay, got it. Lin Tian and the male emperor, who were brought out by Lin Ray, were naturally aware of the danger. Therefore, the moment they heard Lin Ray's words, their playful mood instantly disappeared, and they began to be vigilant of their surroundings. Looking at Lin Tan and the male emperor, Lin Ray couldn't help but show a gratified expression. He chuckled and began to investigate seriously. Along the way, they saw many corpses. What made Lin Ray curious was that the way they died was very strange. Everyone knew that the most precious parts of demonic beasts were their fur, monster core, and some parts that could be used to refine spiritual weapons and elixirs. However, these dead demonic beasts didn't lose any of these things. Instead, they lost their souls. What's going on? Looking at such a strange scene, Lin Ray couldn't help but be curious. However, at this moment, the little dragon, who had disappeared before, reappeared. Be careful. Although you're an immortal venerable, you still have to be careful. This cultivation method was very famous in the Untainted Land. It's also very evil. Cultivation method? At this moment, Lin Ray was no longer in the mood to care about the little dragon hiding his cultivation. Hearing his words, Lin Ray hurriedly asked anxiously, "What cultivation method? I don't know about such a cultivation method." Are you kidding me? If you knew about it, why would you still need me? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon instantly burst out laughing. However, you have to say that this cultivation method is somewhat similar to the devouring heaven art that you practice. The only thing that this cultivation method can't compare to the devouring heaven art is that it can only devour things like souls. For example, demonic beasts, humans, and all kinds of living creatures with souls. Hearing this, Lin Ray was stunned. At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. Towards this cultivation method, Lin Ray hated it from the inside out. What's the name? It was a very simple sentence, but in Xiaolong's ears, it was indeed full of coldness. He didn't tease her anymore and immediately blurted out the name of the cultivation technique. Soul art, it should be at the honorable level. However, looking at the way these demonic beasts died and the souls left in their bodies, the person who obtained the soul art probably didn't have the complete version of the soul art and only a fragment of the soul art. Otherwise, not to mention the souls, even the entire corpse of the demonic beasts wouldn't be seen. Venerable. Hearing the little dragon mention the level of the cultivation method, Lin Ray's eyes moved. He was immediately suppressed. The killing intent in his eyes instantly exploded. A terrifying pressure shot out from his body and instantly enveloped the entire forest mountain range. Oh, what? You thought of it. The little dragon was very clear about Lin Ray's thoughts. In this regard, Lin Ray could only express his helplessness. You're right. Although I don't think I'm a good person, keeping this kind of cultivation method will only bring disaster sooner or later. I might as well get it and seal it up so that it will never see the light of day again. Just as Lin Ray finished speaking, the little dragon chuckled. Instantly, Lin Ray's face flushed red, and he evaded his gaze in embarrassment. All right, you don't have to pretend in front of me. Once you stick out your butt, I know what kind of sh*t you took. So, don't try to hide it from me a million times, because my heart is in sync with yours. At this point, Lin Ray didn't continue speaking. Instead, he turned to Lin Tian and the male emperor and said, "Male brother, go home first. I'll give you a month's time. After a month, I'll wait for you here. At the same time, I have some matters to settle." When Lin Ray's words reached their ears, the male emperor was stunned for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. As for Lin Tian, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were especially clear. "All right, then, Brother Lei, I'll take my leave first." The male emperor, who was already impatient, couldn't wait any longer after hearing Lin Ray's words. He immediately disappeared in a flash in front of Lin Ray and the little dragon. I knew you couldn't wait any longer. Why are you still following me here?" Lin Ray couldn't help but laugh when he saw the male emperor's impatient look. At the side, Lin Tian couldn't help but ask, "Young master, are we going to Lin family now?" Lin Ray was stunned by this question. However, there wasn't a trace of surprise in Lin Ray's eyes. Instead, they were filled with melancholy. "Sigh. Yes, although I've cut off contact with them, they're still my family. How can I really forget them?" With that, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. Immortal spiritual energy instantly enveloped Lin Tian, and they disappeared in a flash. However, what Lin Ray didn't know was that the moment they left, a figure with a sinister aura suddenly jumped down from a nearby tree. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked in the direction where Lin Ray disappeared. A hair-raising laughter suddenly rang out. If someone was here at this moment, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. I didn't expect such a powerful cultivator to appear here. Looks like I'll be able to have a good meal again. As he spoke, the man unconsciously touched his stomach with his hand, making a hungry gesture. If Lin Ray heard him say this again, he would definitely be stunned. This was because the aura revealed by this person was only at the early stage of the combination realm. However, he didn't even notice such a low level of cultivation. Whoosh! The moment he finished speaking, the man once again glanced in the direction Linley had left. Then, he disappeared from the forest mountain range with a few leaps and bounds. In the central region of the central region, the sun was rising. On the bustling streets of Tianxi City, a very well-dressed young man was walking on the street. He was eating a chicken drumstick happily and didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He looked very funny. I haven't been back for a long time. I didn't expect this place to have changed so much. I wonder how my mother and father are doing. The young man was the male emperor who had separated from Lin Ray. After leaving Lin Ray, he couldn't wait any longer. It only took him half an hour to teleport back to his hometown, Tianxi City, which he had left when he was young. Chapter 470. After hundreds of years, this place had become a place where things remained the same, but people had changed. Along the way, he did not recognize a single person. However, the young man also knew in his heart that the people of his generation should have become powerful experts. How could they be wandering around the streets for no reason? Sigh. With a sigh, the young man did not eat the drumstick in his mouth. When he thought of his previous feelings, he could not help but feel melancholy in his heart. Move aside quickly. Suddenly, a hurried shout came from the front. Immediately, the young man recovered from his daze and raised his head to look ahead. At this moment, in front of him, a young storm leopard was rushing towards him. Furthermore, one could see that the storm leopard's body was covered in wounds. Without a doubt, this place was very close to the auction house. At a glance, it was obvious that it had run out from the auction house. As for the 1,000-year-old expert following behind the storm leopard, the young man did not care. He did not even look at him. His gaze turned to the storm leopard. The young man casually waved his hand, and the storm leopard, who was originally stumbling but still moving very quickly, was instantly dragged by an invisible force and flew straight towards the young man. Ayo! 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 Monster beasts were similar to humans. Other than the difference in their body structure, they were the same. They could cultivate and had thoughts. Therefore, when it felt that it was being captured without any resistance, a sense of danger caused it to panic a little, causing it to repeatedly roar. This action caused the eyes of the people on the bustling street to light up. Who else could do it so easily? Not to mention that this young monster beast was not their opponent. Just looking at the storm leopard's speed, they could not be very strong. It was even more impossible to capture it so easily. Regarding this, everyone looked at the young man with eyes full of worship. This was the worship of the strong. Little guy, the emperor saw that you were pitiful and wanted to save you. Why are you unwilling? After the monster beast entered his arms and looking at the injured storm leopard, the young man said to it with a smile on his face. Then he used his cultivation to begin healing the wounds in his arms. In an instant, the wounds that were originally so deep that the bones could be seen instantly healed under the young man's touch. The wounds quickly began to close up. Who are you? A young yet arrogant voice rang out. The young man did not even lift his head when he heard this voice. He continued to carefully treat the storm leopard in his arms. When the young man saw that his words were ignored, his self-esteem suddenly seemed to have received a 10,000-fold blow. He angrily began to threaten the young man. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Wuong Trading Company. I advise you to give me Feng Yun Panther, and let's pretend that nothing happened. Finally, when he heard the name Wuong Trading Company, the young man's eyelids twitched. He raised his head and looked at the young man with great interest. Sizing up the little boy from head to toe, his brows furrowed tightly for a moment. From the boy's body, he couldn't see any trace of his family. You said you're from the Wuong Trading Company? The young man's words made the young man overjoyed. In the young man's heart, he secretly thought that the young man was intimidated by his identity. Thus, he spoke even more arrogantly. That's right, I am from the Wuong Trading Company. If you want to give me Feng Yun Panther, I will teach you a lesson. The young man's words fell into the young man's ears. For a moment, the young man's heart was filled with interest. He looked at the young man with great interest and said, You said you're the young master of the Wuong Trading Company, but so am I. Tell me, should I listen to you or not? Wow. The young man's words stunned everyone present. Those who were not watching, those who were setting up stalls, and even a millennium-old man were stunned. Everyone's face was filled with suspicion. especially the self-proclaimed young master of the Wuong Trading Company. In a moment, his expression changed rapidly, as if he was defeated. The young man saw the hope of many people around him. He didn't care about their actions at all. Fine, fine, fine. Kid, you're courting death, so don't blame me. At this moment, the young man did not argue. Instead, he waved his hand in the air. Suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of everyone. Quick, look, isn't that Dong Qing? Yes, the genius of the Dong family's collateral branch. Sai, he's good. Although he's cultivated to such a high level, in the end, he's still a hired thug. That's right. If it weren't for that incident 100 years ago, I'm afraid that the Dong family would still be the Dong family's direct descendant, and Dong Qing wouldn't have ended up like this. In a moment, the moment the few people appeared, the surrounding people's eyes were sharp. They immediately recognized a particularly famous young man from the Dong family. Little brother? The moment the young man appeared, the excited male emperor frowned. He saw a figure that he missed dearly. No, he's not. After observing for a while, the young man realized that the young man who appeared was not his little brother at all. It was just that the young man's appearance and temperament were similar to his little brother. Quick, catch him for me. I want him alive. I want him alive. The young man in front of him was almost shouting. His face was very ferocious. When the young man saw this scene, he was immediately disappointed. I'm very disappointed that the Dong family has a young master like you. I didn't expect that the Dong family would decline after 100 years. Since that's the case, there's no need to keep you alive. After saying that, the young man did not wait for the young man who looked like his little brother to make a move. He took a step forward, and the entire city trembled instantly. Rumble, rumble. At the same time, the place where Lin Rei's foot was stepping on began to crack. Quick, don't run, quick. When a strange scene appeared, the surrounding people scattered at once. They wanted to rush to the safe secret place. At this moment, they were using all their strength. Their speed was several times faster than before. Crack, crack. The cracking sounds became louder and louder. Everyone was panicking. They did not expect that this unknown young man in luxurious clothes was actually a powerful cultivator. Even the young man who started the trouble began to regret. The young man was no longer like before. He sat on the ground and began to cry. Moreover, what was even more unbearable was that the area between the young man's legs was already covered in that yellow and white thing from before. At this moment, looking at the young man's appearance, the young man began to wonder if this young man was actually a descendant of the Li family. During this process, his eyes lit up. The person who was called Dong Qing by the passers-by had been standing there the whole time. When she encountered this kind of situation, her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Instead, she looked at him with a look of helplessness. TSK, how can this be? Why is this young man's aura more and more similar to my little brother's? Looking at the young man was full of doubts. After thinking for a while, he could not explain clearly. Then, the young man withdrew his cultivation and did not make things difficult for them. This is the disaster of not respecting your elders. Who would have thought that in the hundreds of years since the emperor's return, the Dong family would have someone as arrogant and despotic as you? Damn, the Dong family should change their cards. After saying this, the young man did not waste any more time. Instead, he took a step forward and disappeared with the Feng Yun leopard in his arms. Everything returned to normal. The young man was still sitting on the ground in panic. His legs were weak, and he did not dare to get up. As for the young man's words, the young man did not hear them at all. However, Dong Qing, who was next to him, heard them clearly. At the same time, her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he's back? After hearing the young man's words, Dong Qing seemed to think of a family legend. However, just as she thought of this, she shook her head and denied it. No, that person hasn't appeared for 800 years. Although this was what she thought, she was very excited. She did not stay outside. Instead, she turned around and rushed towards the Wuong Trading Company not far away. At this moment, in the Dong family, the young man arrived at the Wuong Trading Company without any effort. When he saw that the family that he had been thinking about day and night had become something that he did not recognize, he was very upset. How could this be? Looking at the luxurious surroundings, the young man was a little disgusted. According to his father's principle, he had always advocated frugality. Even if his family was not ordinary, he would not allow his family members to be arrogant, despotic, and pretentious. However, everything changed when he appeared again. Who was trespassing on the Dong family's land? Just as the young man was in a daze, a voice suddenly rang out and pulled the young man back to reality. When I looked up, I saw a man in luxurious clothes with a disgusting, oily face. Lin Rei could not help but laugh. The Emperor Dong Xiaonan. In short, he did not need to hide his identity from the Dong family. Besides, he had come here to take Dong Li's family away. Dong what? When he heard the young man's name, he was confused. However, when he recalled that there was a young master 800 years ago, he was shocked. He looked at the young man warily and said in a cold and murderous tone, Dong Xiaonan, the young master of the Dong family 800 years ago. When the young man heard his identity, the young man nodded in agreement. Hiss! After confirming that there was no mistake, the young man gasped. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked like he wanted to kill Dong Li. When the young man realized this, he frowned. The young man was shocked by the young man's reaction. A bad feeling arose in his heart. Boom! Instantly, the young man did not waste his time. His divine sense rushed out of his body and scanned the entire Dong family from top to bottom. The more he searched, the more shocked he was. At the same time, he became anxious. During his search, he could not find any trace of his parents. The more he searched, the more frightened he became. At this moment, his murderous intent surged out involuntarily. Suddenly, when a young man was extremely disappointed, 3 figures and 4 figures appeared in his mind. At this moment, tears flowed out of his eyes uncontrollably. His murderous intent exploded. It was so strong that the entire city was enveloped by the young man's murderous intent. In the entire city, when everyone felt this murderous intent, they all lay down on the ground. It was not because they wanted to, but because this murderous intent was so strong that they were suppressed involuntarily. You are so good. How dare you treat the Emperor's family like this? You should all be killed. The young man recognized 3 of the 4 figures in his mind. They were his parents and his younger brother, whom he had been thinking about day and night. As for the young woman, she looked very extraordinary. She must be his sister-in-law. However, what made it hard for the young man to accept was that at this moment, all of their shoulder blades were locked. Although they had lost their cultivation, the young man could still feel a faint spiritual energy. This spiritual energy was being emitted from his younger brother's body. At this moment, the young man could not bear it anymore. He teleported to the dungeon where his parents were locked up. Father, mother, I'm late. With a plop, the instant they arrived at the dungeon, the male brother knelt on the ground and said to his parents with a trembling voice, When the 4 injured men heard the young man's voice, they frowned and sneered without even raising their heads. Ha ha! I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You even used the name of my dead son. Do you think this is the same as finding the Wuong Trading Company's seal? Do you think you can use the Dong family shadow guard just like that? Ha ha ha, dream on. Even if my entire family dies here, I will not let the shadow guards be destroyed by you. Puff! As soon as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which landed directly on the young man's body. Father, how are you? The young man completely lost his mind when he felt the heat from the blood. He came to the old man's side in an instant and injected a stream of pure immortal qi into the old man's body. This situation happened so suddenly that the old woman, middle-aged man, and middle-aged woman all raised their heads and came to the old man's side and surrounded him. However, the young man's actions were all seen by the 3 people. Instantly, they raised their eyebrows and looked up. When they saw the young man's real appearance, the old woman and middle-aged man were stunned on the spot. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the person in front of them, who they had imagined countless times. At this moment, he really appeared in front of them. "Father, how are you?" At this moment, the young man's face was gloomy because he felt that his father's body was full of holes. Moreover, he had been poisoned by a slow-acting poison. This poison would not kill the person immediately, but it would devour the person's soul until it was completely devoured. Ahem, ahem, I'm fine. He coughed softly and turned around. When he saw the young man's real appearance, his body trembled slightly and tears gushed out of his eyes uncontrollably. "I'm back." Chapter 471. The words "I'm back" contained too many feelings for his parents and younger brother, so much so that the moment he said those words, the young man instantly burst into tears and started crying. As family members who had not seen each other for more than 100 years, the four of them hugged each other and began to cry. This sentence was not over yet. The woman on the side was very excited when she saw this scene. She was happy for her husband and her in-laws. Time passed little by little. No one knew how long they cried, but they stopped when they seemed to be unable to cry anymore. The four of them separated. Father Dong Won, Mother Kai Yu, and Brother Dong Tianqing all looked at the young man, waiting for an explanation. "Let's talk about this later. I wanted to take you away when I came back this time, but I didn't expect you to be hurt like this." As he spoke, the young man had the intention to kill. He originally just wanted to take his family away, but now it was not so simple. Alas, yes, I didn't expect that they would do this as a member of the Dong family. Looking at his son's appearance, Dongwon knew that his long-lost son had the intention to kill. But when he thought that this was a business that he had built single-handedly, he could not bear to let it go to waste. "Forget it, young man. They didn't kill me. Since this is the case, we don't have to go too far. Just teach them a little lesson." "Well, yes, big brother. After all, this is the family that father founded. If it's destroyed like this, then okay, I know." Of course, the young man understood his father and brother's words. The moment his brother Dong Tianqing finished speaking, he directly interrupted and said, "I know what you mean. Don't worry, I won't do anything to the Dong family, but those who hurt you are destined not to be forgiven." At this point, Dongwon also knew that this was the only way, so he did not stop them. After all, they did go too far. "Father, I have already healed your injuries. As for your cultivation, I can't do that. But when I see Brother Lei, I will plead with him to help you recover your cultivation." As he spoke, the young man's eyes could not help but moisten again. When he thought of the suffering his father and family had suffered for so many years, he could not help but want to kill everyone in the Dong family. "Okay." Dongwon nodded his head excitedly and agreed. "All right, let's go." Without waiting for them to react, a surge of immortal qi wrapped around them and dragged them into the air. Instantly, the four of them were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a miraculous power. Swish! In the eyes of Dong Won and the other three, before they could say anything, the scene before them instantly changed. When they looked again, the cell that had imprisoned them for 100 years was finally gone. Hiss! Dongwon couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air when he saw this. His eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of strength is this? It's so powerful. It's much more powerful than the teleportation of a body integration realm cultivator. That's right. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so powerful after disappearing for so many years. Sigh. Hearing the family's discussion, the young man didn't say anything. He just smiled and released a wave of pressure to suppress everyone in the Dong family. Puff, puff. The pressure was so powerful that even a heaven immortal expert couldn't withstand it, let alone a cultivator who hadn't even reached the Mahayana realm. The moment the young man released his pressure, the cultivation of all the cultivators in the Dong family flew away. Some of them couldn't withstand the pressure and died suddenly. The male emperor, who had done all this last night, sneered and was about to leave. At this moment, Dong Tianqing, who was in the restriction formed by the immortal qi, suddenly shouted, Big brother, you can't leave yet. I have to take my son with me." "What son?" The male emperor, who was about to leave, stopped abruptly when he heard his younger brother's words. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in his heart. I didn't expect my younger brother to have a descendant after not seeing him for hundreds of years. Huh. The male emperor smiled and asked, "What's your son's name? What does he look like?" When Dong Tianqing heard this, he immediately described his son's appearance to his elder brother. However, after Dong Tianqing's description, the younger brother felt that the son in his younger brother's mouth seemed to be the young man who he was very close to. Could it be? The male emperor, who had thought of something, instantly released his divine sense. Instantly, the panoramic view of the entire city appeared in his mind. I found him. Finally, Dong Qing, who was not far away from the Dong family, was rushing towards them. After a while, under the detection of a young man's divine sense, Dong Qing moved quickly and arrived at the entrance of the Dong family. This young man is not bad. Looking at his nephew, the young man revealed an imperceptible smile. Then he strode towards the entrance of the Dong family and bumped into Dong Qing. "Son!" Dong Tianqing shouted. Not far away, Dong Qing, who looked anxious, heard his father shout. When he looked up, he saw his father and mother floating in the air. Below them was the mysterious powerhouse he had seen before. Dong Qing was very confused and shocked. However, at this moment, Dong Qing seemed to have understood something. "Let's go." Before Dong Qing could react, the young man waved his hand, and Dong Qing appeared beside Dong Tianqing. At the same time, the scene in the depths of the Dong family disappeared. In the sky above the Lin family in the eastern martial city, Lin Rei was standing in the void. However, his divine sense had penetrated into the Lin family. Alas, was it wrong to destroy his cultivation back then? The first thing he did when he arrived here was to go to the void of the Lin family. He released his divine sense to explore the Lin family. He wanted to see his relatives, but there was no one missing. "Yes, when you came back, you destroyed my grandfather's cultivation. It has been more than 800 years. An ordinary person can only survive for 100 years, let alone 800 years. Lin Tian, who was beside him, saw Lin Rei's appearance and immediately agreed. "Yes, maybe I'm thinking too much. However, I only destroyed his cultivation back then. I didn't destroy my eldest brother's cultivation. Why?" Before he had left, he had investigated his elder brother's cultivation level and aptitude. Even if the Lin family's cultivation method wasn't that great, based on his aptitude, he should be able to live through 800 years. However, there wasn't even a trace of him here. Linley was very disappointed. Looking at the young master's disappointed expression, Lin Tian did not say anything. Instead, he quietly watched from the side. After a moment of silence, Lin Rei finally reorganized his emotions. Then he said to Lin Tian, "Let's go. Since there is no one I am waiting for here, let's leave." With that, Lin Rei took a step forward. Looking at Lin Rei's back, Lin Tian hurriedly chased after him. "Boy, be careful later. People who have the soul art are not ordinary. If possible, keep them for your own use. This kind of person is most suitable to help you solve the obstacles in front of you in the future." Along the way, the little dragon's voice sounded. But Lin Rei was really tempted by this suggestion. "Tisk. This is also a good idea." Lin Rei pondered for a moment. Then he spoke again. "When we reach the forest sky, find the person who has the soul art and use the soul-controlling pill to keep them for our own use." PFFF. Linley had just finished speaking when he suddenly heard Xiaolong's merciless mocking laughter. Linley was stunned, not knowing what to make of it. "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you." Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon casually said, "I really don't know if you are really stupid or just faking it. People who cultivate the soul art specialize in absorbing other people's souls. Tell me, how can such a thing have a soul, let alone a soul?" Upon hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Rei didn't know what to say for a moment. He had only heard about the soul art from the little dragon, so he didn't know anything about it. "Then how do you think I should subdue it? If the soul-controlling pill doesn't work, don't tell me you're telling me to use my sincerity to subdue it." Regarding this matter, Lin Ray felt a huge headache. For a person who didn't walk on the path of soul and soul, they couldn't be called a human anymore. They were just like the zombie race who transcended the 6 paths and didn't belong to the 5 elements. But Lin Ray was sure that since the little dragon mentioned this method, it meant that he definitely had a way to subdue them. Aha, boy, learn more. As expected, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray smiled knowingly and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Although such a person doesn't have a soul, you can control their physical body. A physical body that can fuse with so many souls definitely isn't an ordinary existence. Control their physical body? Are you sure? Lin Ray couldn't understand the little dragon's words. He had heard of controlling souls before, but to control a physical body without a soul, this Tendo's seed demon technique, venerable level cultivation technique. When the seed demon appears, chaos will begin. When the seed demon appears, Tao will perish. Upon hearing the little dragon's profound words, Lin Ray couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. But frankly speaking, Lin Ray was rather tempted by this venerable level cultivation technique. Not for any other reason, but because it was a venerable level cultivation technique. TSK, don't underestimate this cultivation technique. Although it doesn't increase one's cultivation or double one's attack, if it works well, you have to believe that the entire divine world will be destroyed. As soon as the little dragon said this, Lin Ray's interest was piqued. This was the first time he heard of a venerable level cultivation technique that didn't increase one's cultivation or double one's attack. Oh, tell me about it. Looking at Lin Ray's indifferent expression, the little dragon was furious for a moment. Then, he explained the origin of the Tendo's seed demon technique to Lin Ray. Chapter 472. This skill book had a great origin, and the system didn't know who it belonged to. Anyway, this skill book could solve the problem of your blindness. But, looking at the little dragon's treacherous expression, Lin Ray knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world, so, all right, you just want something? Say it. What do you want this time as long as I have it? Sure enough, after hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon was instantly delighted and immediately stated its conditions. 1 million exchange points. As usual, I'll let you first. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. After hearing Xiaolong's conditions, Lin Li didn't even have time to react. His body trembled, and he nearly fell from the sky. Aren't you embarrassed? How dare you? However, when Lin Ray almost died from anger after hearing the little dragon's words, the little dragon's voice sounded again. And, there's more. This time, Lin Ray couldn't stay calm. If it was a venerable level skill book that cost 1 million, Lin Ray could barely endure it. But now it wasn't over. For a moment, Lin Ray was so astonished that he had the urge to strangle the little dragon. Don't be nervous. He was already mentally prepared for Lin Ray's actions. Anyway, it was always like this, and he was used to it. In addition to the 1 million exchange points, there's also 500,000 reputation points, and you can ascend to the divine realm within a year. This time, Lin Ray didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell the little dragon, but he didn't have the courage. At this moment, Lin Ray was a little regretful. He regretted accepting the person who cultivated the soul art for his own use. But the little dragon's words had indeed moved him. All right, you're really something. 1,500,000 reputation points, and you can ascend to the divine realm within a year. You've earned a lot from this deal, right? At this point, Lin Ray wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Although there was a flat road behind him, it was no longer suitable for him. Although there was a bottomless abyss in front of him, Lin Ray still decided to jump down and explore the bottom of the abyss. Okay, it's your condition just now, but you have to promise me that you can only use the 5 million yuan when I want to give it to you. Otherwise, I'd rather not make this deal. Although he wasn't the banker, at least he had a trump card in his hand. Therefore, Lin Ray believed that Little Dragon would agree to this condition. All right, I promise you. The little dragon was overjoyed at the successful transaction. At this moment, the little dragon couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. F***, I've been scammed again. In this regard, Lin Ray was very helpless. No matter how much experience he had, he was no match for the little dragon, this old thing who had lived for who knew how many years. Here, Tendo demonic seed technique. Without waiting for Lin Ray to react, the stupid Jean Su appeared in front of Lin Ray. The Jean Su flickered with a faint light that made one's heart palpitate. Looking at the technique, Lin Ray smiled bitterly and said to himself, 1,500,000. Just to think about it, the Jean Su spent 1,500,000 on me. I was still well off, but now it slapped me back to the war period before liberation. With that, Lin Ray grabbed the Jean Su. Immediately, his consciousness returned to his body, and his body that was flying away stopped. At this time, Lin Tian, who was following Lin Ray, also stopped beside Lin Ray when he saw Lin Ray stop. He asked puzzledly, "Young master, what are you doing?" "I'm not leaving." Looking at the nearby Lin Tian, Lin Li said, "Young master, I'm going to train in a certain technique. Later, I'll find a random cave. Stand guard for me. Remember, don't let anyone disturb me." With that, Lin Ray instantly released his cultivation. Boundless immortal spiritual energy wrapped around Lin Tian, and they disappeared in an instant. Although he was somewhat puzzled by his young master's actions, he would unconditionally obey everything he said. Even if Lin Ray asked him to commit suicide, he would do it without hesitation. On top of a tall mountain not far away, a figure appeared. He stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. He gathered his immortal chi and punched the stone wall in front of him. Boom! The loud sound disappeared as quickly as it appeared. At this moment, a huge cave appeared in the incomparably intact stone wall. However, what gave Lin Ray a headache was that he didn't control his strength well and directly punched through the mountain. Lin Ray was helpless about this. Moreover, he had already suppressed his strength. He didn't expect that in the end, this would still happen. Forget it, I don't care. I'll find a place to practice first. With that, Lin Ray walked into the cave and casually threw a formation to the other side of the cave. Then he said to Lin Tian, "Little Tian, guard me. Remember, kill trespassers without mercy." "Yes, young master." Hearing Lin Ray's order, Lin Tian immediately went to the entrance of the cave and sat down cross-legged to guard Lin Ray. "Huh." Looking at Lin Tian's appearance, Lin Ray laughed. He didn't waste any time and directly sat down cross-legged. Jinsu was instantly taken out by Lin Ray's system. A tyrannical aura instantly stirred the surrounding space. Yo. As soon as this phenomenon appeared, Lin Ray was so frightened that he instantly put Jinsu away. Fortunately, this fluctuation wasn't detected by Lin Tian, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Haha, kid, I'm afraid you're the only one in this world who dares to do this. At this moment, the little dragon's voice sounded. Immediately, Lin Ray's face darkened as he said to the little dragon, "You still have the nerve to gloat. It's all your fault for not telling me." "Ah, yes. It's my fault, okay?" Looking at Lin Ray's appearance, the little dragon didn't argue with him. Instead, it disappeared the moment it finished speaking. Oomph. A cold snort came from Lin Ray's mouth. Then, with a wave of his hand, a king-level sealing formation appeared. After sealing everything in the surroundings, Lin Ray was relieved. "I don't believe this won't work." After saying that, Lin Ray took Jinsu out again. This time, the situation was different. Lin Ray smiled. Phew. Lin Ray took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His divine sense instantly rushed out and entered Jinsu. Boom, Kacharama. Let me out, I. Thunder rumbled and screams echoed. At this moment, Lin Ray found it hard to believe that the Jinsu was completely different from the previous cultivation method, where celestial sounds were faintly discernible in scenes that made people forget to leave. However, it was the complete opposite here. It was filled with a tyrannical aura. Living souls flew around in the air and screamed from time to time. Hiss! Oh my God! Even Lin Ray couldn't help but be shocked after seeing this scene. His hair stood on end. This was simply hell. Moreover, it was the kind of 18 levels of hell. Tendo Cycle, Tao Seed, Palace Scripture, Divine Soul, Capture the Flag. Tendo Reversible 3000 Great Taos, Fleshly Body Possession. Suddenly, two words like the sound of the great Tao suddenly rang out. Instantly, Linley was stunned. It was as though he had entered a state of epiphany. He stood there stupidly, not moving at all, as though he had been struck dumb. Tendo Cycle, Tendo Reversible, the cycle of the Tao of the heavens. 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 Ha! Tendo Reversible, my life is my own, not the heavens. With the dragon spear in my hand, the world is mine. After an indeterminate amount of time, Lin Ray's eyes suddenly flashed with a domineering aura that was different from before. The souls that had been hovering around him suddenly scattered. Tendo Reversible, Great Tao, even more reversible. Tendo Spore Devil, Soul Seed as main, Seed as auxiliary, control myriad worlds, play occasionally. These words suddenly rang out. Instantly, Linley felt as though he wanted to soar into the heavens. Right at this moment, one mysterious rune after another appeared, transforming into a divine chain that instantly shot into Linley's head. As time passed, the divine chain slowly sank into Linley's mind until it finally disappeared. The moment all the runes entered Linley's mind, the originally breathtaking golden space instantly lost its original luster and became very desolate. It no longer had the previous scene. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for learning the first level of the Tendo Spore Devil Magic, Spore Devil. Ding dong. The first level of the Spore Devil Magic can release 3 seeds into the body of the host's chosen prey. The system's voice suddenly sounded, causing Lin Ray to laugh. Ha ha ha. 3 times? 3 times is not bad. It's better than nothing. Lin Ray was a person who knew how to be content with 3 chances. He then left the space of the Golden Strategy space. Phew! Lin Ray, who had returned to his original body, sighed softly. When he opened his eyes, the cave was already dark and the moon was hanging in the sky. It was very beautiful. I didn't expect to have cultivated for a day. Looking at Lin Tian, who was still guarding him at the door, Lin Ray stood up and walked towards Lin Tian. At this moment, sensing the situation in the cave, Today came back to his senses. When he saw that Lin Ray had woken up, he quickly stood up and said to Lin Ray, "Young master, you're finally awake. The male emperor has been sending messages asking where you are for the past 2 days. How many days?" Deciphering the information from Lin Tian's words made Lin Ray stunned for a moment. "How many days did you say I've been cultivating in the cave?" Lin Ray asked in disbelief. Yes, it has been 5 days since young master went into seclusion." After hearing the exact time, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect to stay in the Golden Strategy space for 5 days. "Oh, by the way, you said the male emperor sent a message?" Lin Ray, who had come back to his senses, suddenly thought of something and asked. Yes, and it seems to be very urgent. So far, he has sent 5 messages. On average, 1 message per day, just like that. Chapter 473. Lin Ray, who understood the situation, did not stay any longer. He immediately said, "Let's go. Since you're so anxious, you might have encountered some trouble." Okay. After saying that, the two of them exchanged glances. Then, they turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the man's family had arrived at the entrance of Sentian. They had been trying to contact Lin Ray for the past few days, but they could not get in touch with him. "What should we do? I thought we could just heal his injuries. I didn't expect father to be poisoned." On the second day after the man arrived at Sentian, Dong Wan, who had been in a deep sleep, did not wake up. Furthermore, his aura was getting weaker and weaker. As time passed, Dongwen's aura had weakened to the point that the man was afraid. During the past 5 days, the man had tried to use his cultivation to help his father stabilize the poison. However, he did not expect the poison to be able to absorb the spiritual energy of the immortal qi. As the immortal qi increased, the poison was nourished to an uncontrollable level by the man. During these past few days, as an emperor-level alchemist, he had become all his hope. Man, how is it? Have you contacted that person? Just as the man was getting anxious, a weak voice that made the man's heart ache sounded in his ears. No. Perhaps Brother Lei has something important to do. However, I believe him. As long as Brother Lei sees my message, he will definitely rush over. I believe in him. Tisk, if he wanted to come, he would have come long ago. How could he not be here now? The male emperor, who was already anxious, was furious when he heard his brother speak of Lin Rei in such a way. He could not help but release a murderous aura. Shut up. An angry roar with a majestic, murderous aura instantly caused the entire space to freeze. The surrounding temperature also began to drop due to the man's murderous aura. At the same time, the surrounding flowers and trees began to wither the moment they sensed the murderous aura. Hiss! Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This was because they had never seen such a thing before. It could be said that they had never expected such a thing to happen. That was not all. When Dong Tianqing sensed the killing intent from his big brother, he was shocked. Then, his imposing manner disappeared. Let me tell you, Brother Lei is not someone you can talk about. If you weren't my brother, you would be a dead man by now. Although the young man quickly said this, he actually thought so in his heart. He had always been very touched by Lin Rei. If it weren't for him, he probably wouldn't have such achievements in his life. Maybe he wouldn't have been able to live for a few years. Then, he wouldn't have been able to become the immortal emperor of the immortal world. I won't do it again. Dong Tianqing's weak voice sounded, which reduced the anger in the young man's heart. However, he was greatly disappointed by his younger brother's actions just now. All right, as long as you don't do that in the future, it'll be fine. This is only because it's me. If it were any other disciple of Brother Lei, I'm afraid you would have died long ago. You probably wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. However, what the young man didn't know was that when he was reprimanding his younger brother, Lin Rei had already arrived at a place 10 meters away. This kid, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Listening to the young man's words, Lin Rei wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. He didn't understand why the young man had such an evaluation of him in his heart. Well, what you said is very pertinent. If it were me, if he said such things, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. At this time, Lin Tian, who was following beside him, spoke. His tone was full of killing intent. It was obvious that he really wanted to kill. Aya, all right, why bother? He's just a kid. There's no need to be so serious. After saying that, he smiled at Lin Tian and walked towards the young man. However, Lin Tian didn't do the same. His killing intent was still leaking out from his body as he followed behind Lin Rei. However, his gaze was fixed on Dong Tianqing, who was beside the young man, and he looked like he wanted to kill him. The young man was still immersed in the atmosphere when he sensed someone approaching. He turned around and saw Lin Rei and Lin Tian appear. Brother Lei, you're here. When the young man saw Lin Rei again, he stood aside respectfully and nodded at Lin Rei. After nodding at Lin Rei, he asked, by the way, young man, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? The young man was about to speak, but after hearing Xiao Sheng's question, he immediately said excitedly, Brother Lei, please save my father. He's been poisoned, and this poison, in an instant, the young man told him everything about his father's condition. He didn't dare to leave out anything because this concerned his father's life. Oh, so that's what happened. After hearing the young man's words, Lin Rei frowned and nodded. Then, he came to Dong Wen's side, squatted down, and entered Dong Wen's body with immortal qi to check. Time passed little by little. Lin Rei's check was finally coming to an end. At this moment, Lin Ray's brows were relaxed, and he looked relaxed. Done. Finally, after removing his hand from Dong Wen's body, he stood up and came to the young man's side. He said, I know about Uncle's poison. Actually, it's not poison at all. What, it's not poison? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the young man was stunned. He didn't know what Lin Ray meant. It's not poison. It's a type of parasite. Moreover, this parasite is very domineering. It's called the spirit-devouring parasite. Looking at the young man's frown, Lin Ray didn't buy any more information and directly told him the exact situation. The spirit-devouring parasite is a type of parasite that feeds on spiritual qi. However, its unique characteristic is that after the host's spiritual qi is completely devoured, it will devour everything related to spiritual qi, including the spiritual roots. So your father's condition. At this point, Linley didn't say anything else, because there was no need to say anything else. Saying anything else would just be a waste of time. Brother Lei, then my father's parasite poison is still... It's fine. The parasite poison is gone. However, your father is still very weak and needs to rest for a while. Other than that, there's nothing else. But fortunately, your father's spiritual roots weren't devoured by the parasite. So, if he cultivates again, he can still achieve something. With that, Lin Ray left with Lin Tian. What he wanted to do the most now was to capture the person who cultivated the soul mantra. As for the young man, he believed that with the young man around, nothing would be a problem. At this moment, when the male emperor heard that his father was fine, he was very excited. He originally wanted to leave with Lin Ray, but seeing that Lin Ray didn't have that intention, he gave up. He turned around and went to his father's side to take care of him. As for Lin Ray, there was no need to ask. After separating from the male emperor, Lin Ray brought Lin Tian and flew towards the depths of the forest sky. Along the way, Lin Ray released all of his 5 senses. He didn't want to let go of the person who cultivated the soul mantra because of his negligence. Kid, don't waste your time. Your 5 senses can deal with ordinary people. But if you want to use them to find that person, tsk. Suddenly, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray came to a halt and flew into the air. At this moment, his consciousness had already entered the system. Why, the 5 senses are... When Lin Ray was about to ask the little dragon beat him to it. The soul mantra isn't as simple as you think. Apart from not having a soul, the most important thing is that it isn't afraid of any detection from the 5 senses. F*ck, is it that awesome? Hearing Xiaolong's words, Linley was speechless for a moment. They thought that they were already the best at cheating. They didn't expect that such a person would appear, and this person was even someone they couldn't do anything about. But there is a way that you can find. After hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray focused all of his attention on him. That is based on your feelings. After hearing this method, Lin Ray didn't want to say anything else. Based on feelings? Is this bullsh**? Seeing that the little dragon didn't have any good ideas, Lin Ray didn't hesitate to exit the system and return to his physical body. Sai, what are you going to do? After stopping talking about the person who cultivated the soul mantra, Lin Ray was like a deflated balloon and couldn't muster up any energy. Why, young master, actually, there's a way to catch that person. Lin Tian, who had always been by Lin Ray's side, naturally knew about Lin Ray's current state. As for Lin Ray, the reason why he brought Lin Tian along was that he was Lin Tian's only family in this world. However, he didn't expect Lin Tian to have a solution at this moment. In an instant, Lin Ray turned around and grabbed Lin Tian's arms. What solution, little Tian? Tell me quickly. It's like this. That person's cultivation method is to devour souls. The purer the soul, the more that person desires it. So we can... Lin Ray, who didn't have much hope, was filled with confidence after hearing Lin Tian's explanation. Besides, he believed that as long as this method worked, it would be a piece of cake to catch the person who wasn't allowed to cultivate the soul mantra. Okay. Let's do that, Lin Ray said, and reminded Lin Tian, "Little Tian, go to the side later. I will lure that person out. During the entire process, you must not appear, okay?" Before Lin Tian could say anything else, he was pushed out of the danger zone by a terrifying yet gentle force. Lin Tian felt helpless and powerless at the same time. He thought of rushing forward, but gave up in the end because he knew that his cultivation wasn't enough. Even if he rushed forward, the result would be the same. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was standing in place, followed Lin Tian's method and released his pure soul energy, spreading it to a radius of 1,000 meters. Boom, boom. Although it was soul energy, it was different for the soul of an immortal venerable. Immortal venerable was the best realm for cultivating one's soul. Therefore, the soul energy had reached a level that could make the entire immortal world tremble. The moment the soul energy was released, the male emperor, who was resting with his eyes closed, widened his eyes in shock. Well, what's going on? Could it be that Brother Lei's soul energy is in trouble? The young man regarded Lin Rei's life as more important than his. Therefore, after this incident, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Rei was an immortal venerable. "Little brother, you can stay here and show your age. I'll be back soon." After saying that, the young man disappeared from the spot. He couldn't refuse Dong Tianqing, who was still in a daze. On the other side of Sun Tian, a young man with a tyrannical aura appeared. His eyes were filled with passion as he looked at the location of the pure soul force. He had a slanderous look on his face as he constantly smacked his lips. "Kakik, soul essence, soul essence." A voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell pierced through the air. Immediately, the young man dashed towards the location of the soul essence. His speed was so fast that no one could catch up to him. At this moment, Lin Rei was the happiest. Although he had released his soul energy, the seed demon was ready. As long as the person who cultivated the soul art appeared, he would definitely be killed in one strike. There was no way he could escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Rei, who was ready to take action, immediately launched an attack towards the source of the strange movement. However, what made Lin Rei feel helpless was that when he launched his attack, he saw that the person who came was the male emperor who had stayed behind to look after his family. Hot twist! He knew how terrifying the seed demon was. Therefore, when the seed demon was about to enter the young man's body, he used twist. In an instant, the seed demon that was flying at high speed stopped and returned to Lin Rei's side. Lin Rei didn't want to say anything about this matter. However, the young man felt very embarrassed. Just now, he had sensed the presence of danger. However, the danger disappeared in an instant. He knew that Lin Rei had a part to play in this. The male emperor who landed beside Lin Rei said to Lin Rei with an embarrassed expression, "I'm sorry, Brother Lei. I didn't know." "All right, that's enough. Hurry up and go to Lin Tian." Before he could finish speaking, the feeling that made Lin Rei's heart palpitate appeared again. This time, Lin Rei was sure that he was ashamed of the person who cultivated the soul art. This feeling was still fresh in his memory, as if it had happened yesterday. Tendo Seed Demon. In an instant, the seed demon dashed out of his palm and flew toward a tree not far away after sensing the source of the palpitation. The seed demon's speed was extremely fast. It was so fast that Lin Rei felt ashamed of his own inferiority. At the same time, the seed demon was a shapeless thing. Even if he approached it, he wouldn't notice anything wrong. Chapter 474. Bang! A loud noise came from the front, but strangely, there was nothing unusual there. How could this be? Seeing this, Lin Rei's heart pounded. He knew that his seed demon had failed. Lin Rei had to be careful in this situation. He didn't know the strength of the other party. Although he knew that no one in the lower world could cultivate to the immortal venerable realm, it was inevitable that there would be some unusual existences, such as himself. Ha ha! Suddenly, another sound that made Lin Ray's heart tremble was heard. It was like the sound of an ancient corpse from a Nine Nether, which made people feel terrified. Immediately, Lin Ray waved his hand and slashed out a ray of sword chi in the direction of the sound. However, the same thing happened this time. The sword chi slashed at an ancient tree not far away. The ancient tree fell to the ground with a loud bang, causing the ground to tremble. The continuous bombardment was dodged by that thing. It was the first time that such a situation had happened. At the same time, Lin Ray felt very aggrieved. Damn it, at least show your face. You're making me lose face. Although he said that, he didn't dare to slack off for a moment, because he knew that if he didn't pay attention, that person would have an opportunity to take advantage of. At that time, it was hard to say who would live and who would die. His body tensed up. With the sword chi in his left hand and the seed demon in his right hand, Lin Ray, who was fully prepared, released his spiritual strength again, increasing the temptation to the mysterious person. Boom! A vast amount of spiritual energy was released from his body, spreading out in all directions. For a moment, all of the living beings in the forest, upon sensing Linley's spiritual energy, were frozen to the spot. There was no power at all. Aside from being able to nourish their bodies, it also had a great effect on their cultivation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Lin Ray, who had been observing all the strange phenomena around him, felt the movement behind him. Without hesitation, he slashed the sword chi that had been condensed in the air. The speed was so fast that it was unpredictable. Lin Ray believed that even a cultivator at the same level as him couldn't dodge it. Bang! PFFF! Lin Ray was overjoyed when he heard the strange sound. He turned around and looked at the person lying on the ground not far away. This person was wearing a black hat and didn't look very tall. He was dressed in black and gave off a cold aura that made people shudder. Ta! Step by step, Lin Ray walked towards the black-clothed man with vigilance. The vigilance in his eyes made Lin Tian and the young man extremely shocked. This kind of vigilant expression was something they had seen before. Even in the immortal world, other than entering some secret realms, there was no one else who could make the god in their hearts reveal such an expression. At this moment, the two of them were nervous. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Ray's actions. It would not be good for them to do anything. Did he faint? At this moment, Lin Ray came to the black-clothed man's side. He was shocked when he saw that the black-clothed man didn't have any aura. According to common sense, it was impossible for a person to not have any aura. Even he himself couldn't do it, let alone an ant who hadn't even reached the earthly immortal realm. So I don't care anymore. I'd better hurry up and plant the seed demon. Lin Ray couldn't figure out. He gave up searching for the black-clothed man. Then, the seed demon that he had prepared earlier rushed towards the black-clothed man. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Whoosh! Just as the seed demon was about to reach the black-clothed man, the man who had fainted suddenly changed his movement and fled towards the distance with great speed. It was so fast that Lin Ray was caught unprepared. Damn! No way! This is the second seed demon. If it doesn't work, then it's really over for us. 2 seconds after the black-clothed man fled, Lin Ray came to his senses. Then, he unleashed his immortal venerable cultivation and chased after the black-clothed man. Rumble, rumble, suddenly the space started to shake as if it was about to collapse. Lin Ray, who was chasing after the black-clothed man, didn't slow down. Instead, he sped up and chased after the black-clothed man at full speed. Boy, are you crazy? This is not the immortal realm. Do you want this world to collapse by unleashing your full cultivation here? The sudden roar made Lin Ray even more anxious. Looking at the fleeing figure in front of him, Lin Ray thought about the little dragon's words. Lin Ray was in a dilemma for a moment. However, he was about to catch the black-clothed man. If he gave up now, he would miss the opportunity and it would be difficult to catch him in the future. He was struggling in his mind. On one hand, he should restrain his cultivation. On the other hand, he should chase after the black-clothed man. The two thoughts were in a fierce battle. In the end, the latter won. Okay, don't say any more. I know, but I can't give up. If I don't succeed this time, I will leave. This thing is here. It's a threat to the entire Tianxian continent. So I will catch it. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Rei's speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, he was running side by side with the black-clothed man. Boy, I've suffered 3 losses at your hands. You should be proud. Let me play with you next. As he spoke, Lin Li, with a devilish smile on his face, suddenly turned around and lashed out with a whip kick at the black-clothed man. Bang! After a loud sound, the black-clothed man was sent flying in a parabola in the distance until he finally smashed into the ground. Perhaps it was because Lin Rei was unhappy, but he sent the black-clothed man flying 100 meters away. He fell to the ground and rolled for a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from the black-clothed man's mouth. The hat that was originally on his head fell off at this moment, revealing the man's shocked face. It was a head that looked like a porcelain doll. His face was extremely delicate, like a work of art. His mouth was so small that it was mesmerizing. However, because he vomited blood, the boy's face was pale. At the same time, there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His appearance was extremely distressing. When this scene appeared, Lin Rei suddenly felt that he was very bad. At the same time, what shocked Lin Rei was that the boy in front of him should not be more than 15 years old. Looking at his size, he should be around 11 or 12 years old. TSK, you must be joking. An 11 or 12-year-old boy actually has such powerful strength. If I didn't use the power of the celestial supremacy, I'm afraid, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved Lin Rei felt. He never thought that he would be tormented by a child one day. Furthermore, this torment was not clear. What do you think? People who cultivate the soul mantra are extremely terrifying. Back in the beginning of the Eldritch Age, there was a person who cultivated the soul mantra. Back then, the Eldritch Age was extremely dark. Therefore, you should pray that this is a child. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to speak to me now. When the system's mocking voice entered Lin Rei's ears, Lin Rei was instantly stunned. However, he did not refute it, following which, he took a few steps forward. In a few breaths, Lin Rei was already in front of the boy. Looking at him, Lin Rei's heart was filled with melancholy. That's enough. If only it was my son. At the very least, I wouldn't let him cultivate such a cruel mantra. Although this was what he thought, it was impossible. Following which, the seed demon that was prepared was instantly shot into the boy's body by Lin Rei. With a whoosh, an invisible sound broke through the air. It came quickly and left quickly. The sound disappeared in an instant. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The seed demon has successfully entered the boy's body. The system's cold voice sounded. Immediately, Lin Rei's heart was filled with joy. I finally succeeded. Looking at the boy who was lying on the ground and had fainted from vomiting blood, Lin Rei hurriedly crouched down and carried him in his arms. Then, he walked towards Lin Tian. At the same time, seeing that the battle had naturally ended, Lin Tian and the male emperor instantly walked out and joined up with Lin Rei. Young master, give him to me. Lin Tian, who came to Lin Rei's side, hurriedly said to Lin Rei. At the same time, Lin Tian's hands had already held the boy in Lin Rei's arms. Looking at the little boy who was like a porcelain doll, Lin Tian and the male emperor didn't dare to make any moves. They had clearly seen the scene just now. There weren't many people who could withstand 3 moves from Lin Rei, and the little boy in front of them was indeed one of them. Although it was somewhat unreal, it had already happened. Let's go. Everything here is done. We should also leave. When we return to the immortal realm, I will send someone to send your family members to the Sect. As for us, at this point, Lin Rei paused and glanced at the little boy in Lin Tian's arms. His originally hesitant expression instantly turned resolute as he said, I will transcend my tribulation in the valley of immortals in the endless mountain range. After saying that, Lin Rei walked forward. When Lin Tian, who was carrying the boy, heard his young master's words, he was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect his young master to bring such a little boy into the immortal realm. This made him unable to believe it. At the same time, he also knew that his strength was lacking. Although he thought this way, he still obeyed Lin Rei's orders. Lin Rei's orders were like his life. The three of them didn't speak along the way. Soon, under the lead of the boy, they arrived at the place where the boy's family members were. At this moment, Dongwon had already woken up. The moment he saw Lin Rei, Dongwon immediately stood up in excitement. When Lin Rei walked in, he instantly knelt on the ground and fiercely kowtowed to Lin Rei. The sound of his kowtowing was so loud that it made Lin Rei somewhat stunned. Bang, bang, bang. The sound resounded in this space. Suddenly, the loud sound pulled Lin Rei's attention back to reality. You can't, hurry up and get up. This is unacceptable. Chapter 475. Lin Rei, who had regained his senses, hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. His flustered look warmed the heart of the male emperor, who was beside him. No, you saved me. At the same time, you helped my son achieve what he is today. You are the benefactor of the Dong family. You are our benefactor. His eyes were filled with respect, and he wanted to kowtow again. Lin Rei, who could not bear it, said sternly, "If you do this again, I won't care anymore. My son is my brother. It's normal for me to help him. You're my son's father, which means you're my family. Therefore, there's no need to do these superficial things between family members." After saying that, a stream of pure immortal chi instantly appeared on Dongwen's knees. Then it lifted him up. When the male emperor saw this, he hurriedly went forward to help his father up. He also cast a grateful look at Lin Rei. "All right, brother, hurry and help your father heal. I'm afraid we can't leave today. It won't be too late for us to leave tomorrow when your father's injuries are better." As he spoke, a bottle of pills appeared in Lin Rei's hand. He threw it to the male emperor and brought him to the side without saying anything. Seeing this, the male emperor did not disturb them. He took the pills and helped his father to the side to start healing. As for Dongqing's family and the male emperor's mother, the four of them walked to the side and started a fire to prepare for dinner. "All right, Xiao Tian, you must be tired. Give him to me and go rest." Lin Rei, who had come to the side, said to Lin Tian. He stretched out his hand to take the male emperor into his arms and placed him on the ground. "Okay, got it." Hearing Lin Rei's words, Lin Tian did not resist. Instead, he obediently agreed and walked to the side to sit down. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After everything was quiet, Lin Rei smiled and came to the male emperor's side. His finger, which was filled with immortal chi, touched the male emperor's neck. The unconscious male emperor woke up. Although the tyrannical aura on his body was still there, it was much better than before. "He's awake." Lin Rei, who was sitting to the side, didn't say anything else after speaking to the child. Instead, he waited for the boy's reply. There was a moment of silence. It was so quiet that Lin Rei felt a little helpless. He had originally wanted the boy to respond, but now he was thinking too much. "Tell me." Although the boy was already awake, he didn't seem to want to tell him half of the story. Finally, Lin Rei couldn't help but ask, "What's your name? Where's your family? Why are you here? And why are you cultivating the soul art?" After a series of questions were asked by Lin Rei, the room was still very quiet. After seeing that the boy's silence was golden, Lin Rei was very unhappy. Just as Linley was about to open his mouth and force him to do so, an extremely cold voice, one so cold that it was as though one had walked through 10,000 years of ice, spoke out. "Kill the heavens." Kill the heavens? After hearing the boy say his name, Lin Rei repeated it and was shocked. This name is too awesome. Kill the heavens. There is actually someone in this world with such a name? I don't have parents, so I'm an orphan. As for the reason why I'm here, I don't know. Since I can remember, I've been fighting with the monsters here. As for the soul art you mentioned, I don't know. but I think you should be talking about the energy in my body." The cold voice sounded again. The information in his words made Lin Ray sympathize with him. He didn't know that this child had such an experience. "That's right. Where did the energy in your body come from? From what I know, this energy shouldn't appear here." In the end, Lin Ray was most interested in the soul art energy in the boy's body. "I don't know. This energy was unintentionally used by me. It can make me stronger. So, speaking until here, Kill the Heavens didn't continue because Lin Ray already knew what he was going to say. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing Kill the Heavens answer, Lin Ray was very disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to find the soul art, but he didn't expect it to be an eggshell without the heart. However, it was still okay. At least he had subdued someone who had made him fail several times. This could be considered an unexpected gain. I understand. You will follow me from now on. Also, don't use your energy casually, especially to your own people. Hearing this, Kill the Heavens' eyes were slightly stunned. He then replied without hesitation, "Okay, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll go to sleep first." After saying that, Sha Tian went to the side and instantly fell into a deep sleep. Linley's heart ached when he saw this. Looking at how a 12-year-old child was able to live in the forest, Linley knew that Sha Tian must have gone through a lot of hardships. Lin Ray didn't say anything and chose to rest. Lin Ray and the other two fell into a deep sleep. Although this was the forest, Lin Ray didn't think that any demonic beast would dare to approach this place unless they didn't want their lives. As for the boy, he didn't sleep either. Because he knew that he would be leaving tomorrow, he didn't stop healing his father. The sun set and a bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight shone on the forest, making it seem like the forest was covered in white clothes. It was very mysterious and noble. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the second day. The sun gradually rose into the sky and shone on everyone's faces. At this moment, Lin Ray had already woken up. Looking at the morning sky, Lin Ray felt very relaxed. He stood up and lowered his head to look at Lin Tian and Kill the Heavens. Lin Ray didn't hurry to call them. Instead, he left alone and walked towards the depths of the forest. On the other side, the boy was sitting at the side and recovering. As for Dongwen, he was probably a little tired after a night of recovery. At this moment, Dongwen had already fallen into a deep sleep. Not long after, Linley returned. He was carrying a huge demonic beast on his shoulder, looking extremely miserable. How much had this poor demonic beast suffered in its lifetime to end up like this? With a loud bang, everyone who was sleeping in their dreams woke up at this moment. "Who is it? Can't you let me sleep?" An impatient voice rang out. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards the voice, including Linley's. When he saw the younger brother, Dong Tiancheng, Lin Ray's eyes showed a trace of killing intent. This wasn't the first time he heard such words. However, for the sake of his younger brother, Lin Ray didn't make a move. As for Lin Tian, when he wanted to kill Dong Tiancheng, he was stopped by Lin Ray. "Forget it. A great person won't hold a grudge against a petty person. Moreover, he's the younger brother of my younger brother." After saying that, Lin Tian, who had already stood up, sat back down. However, he couldn't control the killing intent on his body, and it was rolling towards Dong Tiancheng. Lin Ray didn't care about this. As long as he didn't kill, he wouldn't interfere. Then, Lin Ray, who didn't care about anyone else, went to the side. A blood-red flame appeared instantly. The temperature of the surrounding space increased the moment the flame appeared. In the end, the surrounding air was almost burning. In an instant, the flame reached the body of the giant demonic beast and began to burn quietly. As time passed, the demonic beast that was originally filled with blood slowly emitted a fragrant smell. When the surrounding people smelled it, they couldn't help but salivate. Their throats squirmed as they swallowed their saliva. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Originally, there was only the fragrance from time to time, but at this moment, it was still very fragrant. The flame in Lin Ray's hand was also retracted. Little Tion, Sha Tion, quickly come and eat. After we finish eating, let's leave quickly. After waving his hand to Lin Tion and Dong Tiansheng, who had been gossiping for a long time, he tore off a piece of fat meat and stuffed it into his mouth without caring about the influence of the immortal prime. The meat of a demonic beast was not like that of an ordinary beast. Every piece of meat in its body carried traces of spiritual qi. Similarly, demonic beasts paid the most attention to their physical bodies. Therefore, although the meat of demonic beasts was slightly hard, it didn't feel greasy at all, and it tasted very delicious. Ow, and a strange sound was heard. Immediately, Lin Ray hurriedly looked over. At this moment, Lin Ray was no longer concerned about eating. Instead, Sha Tian had entered the demonic beast's stomach and began to gnaw from the inside out. He looked very cute. However, Lin Ray's eyes were red, and he began to eat quickly. When Lin Tian saw this scene, he was very happy. He revealed a happy smile and prayed in his heart. I hope this can last forever. Young master can be happy forever. As for Dong Tiansheng and the others, because of their previous words and actions, they didn't dare to get close to Lin Ray. As for Dong Tiansheng, he was still recovering his spiritual qi. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. Originally, there were 5 demonic beasts, but under the joint attack of Lin Ray and Sha Tian, they were nearing the end. Brat, this is mine. It's much harder for you to eat it, Lin Ray complained. However, what Lin Ray didn't know was that at this moment, everyone's eyes were on the two of them. Who said that? I'm the one who grabbed it. Moreover, how old are you? I'm only 11 years old. Haven't you heard of the saying, the big one should let the small one live until old? A stubborn voice that didn't give Lin Ray any face sounded. The voice was filled with coldness. This is my territory, and I'm the boss. Therefore, this thing is mine. At this moment, Lin Ray and Sha Tian were fighting over a big bone with meat in their hands. They looked like they were going to teach them a lesson if they didn't let them have it. The scene was very funny. No, this is mine. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.